Golly gee willikers, I sure hate waking up in the morning and eating breakfast and all that stuff. Hope I'm not late for the stream. Oh fuck, I'm late for the stream. Well, I already fucked up the year. Okay, maybe next year will be better. 2027 is gonna be my year. Anyways, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hope you're all having a wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is. I hope you had a happy New Year celebration. Hope your year hasn't fucked up like mine. Haven't seen you since last year. That's a ban. That's a ban. I'm banning you. Anyways, yeah. I haven't seen you guys since last year. But before we do anything, I gotta settle a score. Hey, Peter. But I have a score to settle. I have a score that needs to be settled since last year. I've done some planning, and it's about time that I put an end to this. It's about time I put an end to this. Even in the new year, I forget to do this shit. Just give me a moment. It'll be quick. It'll be quick. You suffer. We all suffer. You got these hot pockets at the store and you keep tasting nothing but eggs. Yep, Yep, those are hot pockets. That's hot pockets for you. That's why I don't eat them. That's why I don't really like them. Yep. I'm going back to this again. This will be quick. I hope. I mean, the last time I said this would be quick was yeah, last time I said this would be quick, it took me damn near half the stream plus overtime. And yeah, I had a bit of a melty. And I kind of rage quit. I had a bit of a melty and used the rewind. But I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I am a better person. This is new year, new me. Anyways, I managed to Anyways, I did all this shit off stream. I actually hauled my ass all the way back to the beginning of the game. All the way back. Yep, all the way through the labs, all the way through the mirror maze, all the way back to Junker HQ. All the way to Junker HQ. All the way back. And for what, like a couple minutes of gameplay? Oh shit. You stand still. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah, spending my... But yeah, look how much stuff I have now. Look at this. I have all the drugs. I have all the missiles. I have all the circuit killers. Yeah, the only mistake I made during this playthrough was not realizing the absolute power of the circuit killer. It's absurd. All the drugs. All right. Just gonna let this play out because we've seen this part super. Yeah, it's gonna be super long. Yeah. All this time we were asleep, Harry had been living with us. Yeah. Alright, here you go. Yeah, you did. I bet you found a perfect artificial skin so you could take over the world. Of course! You guessed it, take over the world. Of course! Yeah, we get it, the nuclear missiles. "20 minutes from now." My Doug Walker showing. Yeah, remember when Doug Walker had running gags? Remember when Doug Walker had running gags and they were actually pretty funny? Should have just called Frying the Coke that one. It doesn't necessarily need to be like a forced meme. Just keep it as an in-joke. Melvin, brother of the Joker. Yeah, Melvin, brother of the Joker. Alright, let's fight. Remember when he wasn't trying to be deep and failing spectacularly because he didn't really... Or when he was trying to be deep. Yeah, I remember that. Remember when it was really preachy? Okay, that was a turn fumble. Yeah, remember when he was trying to be super preachy during the Lorax review? Alright, mister, that's one too many shots. Oh hey, a turn fumble, nice. He was so aloof he couldn't even be bothered posting his own schedule and bothered doing Kara to do it. Maggot. Alright, fumble. Okay, here we go, the worst part. It's reassembling. Alright, time for the Contra boss. Alright, this is why I bought these 50 things. I have to use this every other turn. You son of a bitch. How do you miss someone? This is all change the channel stuff, isn't it? How do you miss someone the size of a literal barn? It sidesteps. It sidesteps. I think that's also a turn fumble. I think using this thing is a turn fumble as well. I'm getting really lucky with these. Okay, turn fumble, good. Yeah, I don't think the circuit killer does anything. It just makes sure that he doesn't attack. I think it's also Yeah, I don't think the circuit killer does anything. I think it just fumbles the turn both turns. This boss is so fucking annoying. Did this game come before? Most likely after. That's why you need shit tons of health. So that's the real strategy, is to get tons of health. Pray to God that he misses. Or does that. Or does that. You're so technically minded. And that must have been some crazy stuff, being in the trenches of Change the Channel. This is exciting gameplay. Damn, even with prep time, even with the prep, it's just impossible. It's impossible. Oh my God. I am actually going to do something evil. Yeah, I'm just going to rewind all the way back to the start of the fight, because I don't want to sit through the unskippable dialogue for another 10 minutes. I'm going to be a complete scumbag this year. Rip the tag off a mattress. Okay, maybe not that evil. Maybe not that evil, but pretty evil. I'm gonna rewind to skip the annoying part of the encounter. Oh no, I'm not playing the game as intended. Dude, it's like 2 steps. Dude, it's like 2 steps. Dude, it's like 2 steps. The margarine of evil. Alright, good, he fumbled. I'm greedy. I think I already fucked up. I think I already fucked up. Oh, he fucked up! He fucked up. But yeah, look at that accuracy. That's perfect accuracy. I can't do shit about that. If he misses, that's good. What if I just shot missile? Just shoot, just keep hitting him until he fumbles. This is just completely reliant on RNG. Just cheat. And hope he just doesn't shoot you like that. Oh my god, stop. You know, yeah, remember what I just said like 10 minutes ago? We're gonna be here for a while. It's good for when he misses. Bad players will think the control is bad, and good players will think the control is good. Alright. Good, he fumbled. I think I may have actually had to grind to max level. Yeah, we're gonna be here forever. This game is very much like like the lottery. Oh my god! I won the lottery. Oh my god. Oh my god, I actually won the fucking lottery. I may as well have won the lottery. And I immediately lost. I won the lottery. Alright. He can't move as much anymore. All I need to do is make sure he doesn't outpace me. Alright, good. Good. Oh my god. Life can be a dream? Can life be a dream? Oh my god, it's happening. Do you believe... Wait, no. No. Use missiles. He's actually missing every shot now. It's over. Happy New Year! I did it! Holy shit. Just spam missiles. Gillian! Is it over now? Not yet. Not if we don't stop those nuclear submarines. Gillian, are you alright? Random! Are you out of your mind? How about it? Have you already considered your image of me a little already? Looks like I really did underestimate you. Can you believe it? Returning here so casually. I suppose I could say the same about you. I guess you're right about that. Gillian, we must hurry. The nuclear submarines will depart in 15 minutes. Those submarines contain Snatchers and Lucifer Beta. What shall we do? Those bastards are about to unleash another catastrophe. It's too late. We can't stop them anymore. If we don't stop them now, we lose. Only 14 minutes left. I can only think of one way. What do you mean? The power here is supplied by nuclear energy. We can destroy this base if we breach the containment of the nuclear reactor. I checked it just now. Trust me. Of course, with this type of nuclear reactor, it can be breached if one destroys the control rod inside the primary containment building. However, there's a problem. What is it, Metal? Tell us. We're gonna have to cause a nuclear explosion. Yes, there are only a few minutes between the moment of the containment breach and the explosion. There may be not enough time to evacuate. That means it's suicide. Aren't there any other options? I will go. Metal! Impossible! The load is too heavy for your body. It's not easy to destroy a control rod, you see. I'll go. I'm not human. I may have a chance to survive. Random, no! You can't do that, Random. You have to live a long life. The life Elijah never had. Please understand how I feel, Gillian. I want to be certain of myself. I want to live as Random Hajil to the bitter end. Take Jamie with you and get out quickly. There's not much time between the breach of containment and the critical point. Okay then. Metal, give me the shortest escape route from here. 5 minutes to escape. 3 minutes to reach a shelter. Gillian, please take care of my old man for me. And of the bastards that are still left inside the Kremlin. I'm not a hero when it comes to cold. So please spare me the trip to Siberia. Yeah. Random. Please don't give up. We reached the limit. Gillian, we should go now. If we don't hurry, We'll also, if I mess up, please take care of the rest for me, Gillian. Too bad we spent 15 minutes discussing this. Yep, Kojima. I will, Random. Rest assured. Hurry, Gillian, or we'll be too late to get out. Random. I've had enough of being around you. You're too rough on people. Random. Gillian, hurry! Hey, are you planning on following me to the hell or something? I'm fed up with you. Now please, leave. Thank you, Random. Go! Just yapping. Wasting time yapping. Wasting time yapping. Yep, that's Japanese. Definitely Japanese. Not like we have a deadline or anything. Look at Random go. Boom! Later, kid! Fifth Airborne Division. Boarding finished. 7th Mobile Infantry Team. Start boarding. Start boarding. 17th Special Engineering Team. Board immediately. KSDF A Team. So you're sure? You're going? Yeah. You still have a responsibility. And besides, I might regain my memory by going to the Kremlin. If I regain my memory, I'll probably love you even more. Gillian, please wait for me. I'll be back as soon as we've destroyed the Snatchers that are still left within the Kremlin. I don't know if I can wait, Gillian. Jamie? Just kidding. Did I scare you? Also, they're unsuper deformed. They're regular now. 13th Special Junker Squad. Please proceed with your boarding preparations quickly. I'll be waiting for your return, together with Harry. Huh? Harry's cap. This time around, we'll do things better, Gillian. We'll no longer be a make-believe couple. We have a relationship, we can trust each other. Well, that Kremlin line was timeless, it turns out. Jamie. Hey, Junker, save the cuddling for when you get back. You! You survived? Yeah, I thought a trip to Siberia might not be so bad after all, so... Random. This'll be another tough job. I think it's gonna be more fun than that nuclear reactor. 13th Special Squad, make haste with your boarding preparations. Well then, Jamie, I'll be going.
Counting on you. Don't let us down.
Please be home before Christmas, both of you. We'll celebrate together. Ah, Christmas. Looks like this year will draw to a joyful end. Thank you, Gilster262. Doubt. It's always been a conflict. Callous for conflict. A true conflict may be found within our hearts. Conflict that has only just begun. And look, they're all not super deformed. They're normal now. They're normal. Absolute Kojima. Oh yeah, that's right. If you're on Twitch, you should really be watching on Twitch, but absolute Kojima. But yep, that was SD Snatcher. Fuck, that final boss was just so poorly balanced. But you know what? It is a final boss, and yeah, I didn't really do anything. I didn't do grinding. Told you it'd be quick, like, but yeah, it was 30 minutes. But yeah, that is a very interesting take on Snatcher. A turn-based RPG, but it's also... But yeah, it's also a sort of shooter. If you can stomach the difficulty, I actually do recommend it. There he is! There he is! Hideo Kojima! But yeah, Yoshihiko Ota is the one, I'm pretty sure, that did the SD Snatcher portions. There he is. But yeah, this actually is the only I think this is the actual only one of the only parts. No. This is actually the first iteration of the final act. This is actually the only version of the first version of Snatcher to have the final act. In fact, when you meet Random Hajil, the game actually just stops if you play the original. And many people have mixed opinions on the ending of, well, this. And yet each one is different. The CD-ROM Mantic, as well as the Sega CD version, they play out a lot differently. Also, yeah, Snatcher is also infamous for having an insanely long ending sequence, so yeah, sit tight. Sit tight, we're gonna be here for a while. Yep, good old Hideo Kojima. Now, can I just skip this? Okay, maybe if the credits moved more than a 16th of an inch per week, it'd go faster. But that's not very Kojima That's not very Kojima thing to do. That's not a very Kojima thing to do. Yep. Yeah. What's so funny, Finn boy? That's racist. You're racist. That's racist. You're racist. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's Kojima for you, makes it. Kind of a bop, though. The dog who ruined Easter. Sorry. Yep, it's still going. It's still going. Think you'll read War and Peace? I think reading War and Peace would be a lot faster than sitting through the credits of this. Oh my god. This makes me wish I had a fast forward feature on this thing. Unironically. What if I just tucked it away in a corner as I watch reactions? I really want to get to reactions, but I should get into reactions. You'll forget how cold and dark Russia gets in winter. just realized I forgot my picture. Nobody else got time to read this shit. And here you thought being thanked would be the nightmare is over. Nope, we gotta sit through the translation team. Riggs, wait, what? What the hell did you say? Oh my goodness gracious. This sure is taking a while. You blame me? Yeah, I guess. Eating into precious slop time. I only have a couple videos on the back burner. And they're gonna run out very quickly. Actually, how many do I have? Oh yeah, thank you for 250 subs on the Slop channel, by the way. Here you go. Rex Warp Taranga. Oh, in the thing. Yeah, oh my god, I think it's actually over. What am I doing? I'm sitting through the credits of SD Snatcher. So how's your day been? So how's your day been? Suffering the effects of time dilation. Yeah, real and true. I need at least 2 videos. 2 videos plus. I think you know what? I'm gonna blame the MSX because this thing's chugging along. There we go. There we go. Finally. Go show the credits. And yep, it just hangs there. It just hangs. I think I could just turn off the machine now. I'm pretty sure I can just turn off the machine now. It's now safe to turn off my computer. So yeah, SD Snatcher. Good game. Good game. Good game. Jolly good game. I highly recommend Snatcher as a whole. Such a great game. All right, I know I've been making you wait for a while, but you're gonna have to wait a little longer because I need to eat brekkie real quick. I'll be right back. Then we can get on to the slop. And I'm back. Excuse me. And I'm back. Let's watch some slop. Let's watch the world's history of longest jump. All right, my my next New Year's resolution is that I will unmute the browser audio before recording. That's my New Year's resolution, to stop doing that and to make sure that the SEC cartridge is to make sure that doesn't happen again. Anyways, history of the world's longest jump. Let's go. There he is. Whoa.
What's the highest you've ever jumped? For most of us, that number
really
never
high.
exceeds more than a few feet, for the simple reason that jumping off anything higher
Ooh,
is
the
terrifying.
Gorg!
Basophobia, or the fear of falling, is a phobia inherent
Bastophobia?
to humans and many species of animals.
Based
In
phobia?
the visual cliff experiment, a vast majority of infants would not cross what appeared to them as a steep drop. The fear of falling appears to be ingrained into the very fiber of our being. It's a sensation that's mutually understood by all, but somewhat difficult to articulate. Statistically speaking, you're about 100 times more likely to die in a car accident than a plane crash, yet most of us undoubtedly find flying much more terrifying than driving. So why is this the case? Well, for me, the answer lies in the element of control. If you're driving and something goes wrong, you at least feel like you have some input over your own destiny. If something goes wrong on a plane, well, you're just along for the ride. There's a certainty to falling that's
If you're
impossible
drunk
to
and if you're about to get in an accident and you're like, I can do it, I can stay in control. I can stay in
9.
control.
Once you step over the edge, you become nothing more than an object in motion. Your status, wealth, athleticism, intellect, none of it matters at that point. You have surrendered yourself to the complete mercy of nature and the unbreakable laws that govern it. In works of fiction, great falls are used to represent finality. Characters are often allowed to cheat death in all sorts of ways, but once you fall into the bottomless pit, it's game over. There's something so
Game
absolute
over.
about its outcome. To question it would be to question one's own sanity. Only a madman would intentionally step off the platform of unfathomable heights. And yet, in the visual cliff experiment, a few infants would crawl over the cliff completely unfazed. Possibly because they had not yet developed depth perception, but
Or maybe they're just stupid. Have you ever thought of that? Maybe they're just dumb. Because they are children after all. They are children after all, and children tend to be very stupid.
perhaps they grew up to be the very people who override billions of years of evolutionary programming to defy the most fundamental fear of man. This is the story of the world's highest jump.
Aw, yeah. Hey, remember Summoning Salt? Now, would I watch a Summoning Salt video? I don't know. I don't know.
The jump I made here was about a meter, or around 3 feet in height. It's a jump I'm sure most of you would have no problem making as well, but how much higher could you go without hurting yourself in a basic jump like this? In Minecraft, a fall of 4 blocks or higher will make you take damage.
Ooh.
A fall of 23.5 blocks is fatal.
Ooh.
In reality, the farthest you can safely fall onto a hard surface is around 10 to 12 feet. Higher than that, and you're likely to walk away with minor injuries. When the Undertaker
I actually
threw Mick
jumped
Foley-
off I actually sometimes jumped off the roof of my house. It's a 1-story house into a pool, and it was pretty spooky. It's pretty spooky, but I do it because I'm I'm a psycho that way. I'm a fucked up individual.
Off the top of the cell at King of the Ring 98.
Oh, that
Foley
killed
plummeted at
him.
least 16 feet, dislocating his shoulder in the process.
Oh,
A fall
my
of
God
20 feet
almighty,
or
he was
higher
broken
will
in
most
half.
likely result in serious injuries, and beyond 100 feet, a fall is considered unsurvivable. There's a common misconception that landing in water will break your fall, but due to surface tension, the only thing you'll be breaking is most of your bones. Landing in water from 100 feet is equivalent to landing on concrete. Surviving
Ow.
any fall greater than that is exceedingly rare without protective equipment. But for the vast majority of human history, all people had to brace themselves were their arms and legs. Naturally, this meant that any early attempts at the world's highest jump were almost certainly done so involuntarily. The first unsung record holders of this category may have earned their title
This
by
is
accident,
Sparta!
by force, or by a failed attempt to end their life.
Wow,
But if someone in
classic.
prehistoric times
Let's bring
did
that
want to
back
make
for
the jump of a
2026.
lifetime, how far could they possibly fall? Well, in the age before aircraft, all people had to lift themselves was the terrain of the Earth itself. Mount Everest is
Ooh.
the tallest point on Earth, but its slope would prematurely stop you long before you reach the bottom.
Ow.
For a continuous, uninterrupted
Oh,
fall,
that
you would have
fucked.
to jump from the world's tallest cliff. For a purely vertical drop, Mount Thor in Canada has a prominence
Mount
of over
Thor
4,100
in
feet.
Canada.
While
Thor is in
highly
Canada.
unlikely, it's theoretically possible that somebody could have jumped from this height. However, in an age before written history, no one can say for sure. For the first recording of anyone jumping off anything, we have to venture closer to the stone mountains of China.
Ooh, China.
As far as we know, this event may have never happened.
In 2026, we will all become Chinese. That's the end game. It's like Carnicination. But instead of crab, it's becoming Chinese.
The only information on it was written by a guy 2,000 years before our time,
Rhodus
about a guy
Hexalta.
2,000 years before his time. As the legend goes, Emperor Shun escaped the roof of a burning barn by gliding off using his hat to slow his descent.
Nice.
By my estimate,
the other
jump
hat,
is probably
not the...
done from the equivalent of a 2-story building, or about 20 feet. It may not sound like much, but this was significant. It's the earliest recorded instance of anyone jumping with intent, rather than falling by mistake. All future
Or by
jumps
force.
would be successors to Shun's 20-foot leap off the burning barn. The ancient Chinese were one of the first civilizations to experiment with aeronautics. As early as 200 BC, acrobats would use bamboo shoots to perform falling stunts at the Imperial Palace. By 500
Cool.
AD, kites had become commonplace in Chinese society. Some kite designs had become aerodynamic
pretty.
enough to support the weight of a man. In 559,
Ninja kites.
Yuan Huangtou was one of several prisoners ordered to be executed by gliding off the 108-foot-tall Phoenix Tower. Remarkably, Yuan survived, claiming the unofficial jump record in the process.
Nice.
For his achievement, Yuan was executed anyway. Despite his grim fate, the record would remain alive for more than 1,000 years.
Can't fuck over the
next great
Chinese.
leap in
Also
aeronautical
108.
innovation came during the Italian Renaissance. Leonardo da Vinci is
Da
often
Vinci.
credited with the invention
Da
of the
Vinci.
parachute, but an even earlier concept
Da
can be traced
Vinci.
back to 1470 from an anonymous manuscript. In 1615, Fausto Veranzio improved upon
Fausto
Leonardo's
Veranzio, mamma
design.
mia.
But so
pizza.
far, the
Oh yeah, it is
parachute
the
only
Renaissance
existed
after
in
all.
concept. It wasn't until the 18th century that the parachute was brought into reality.
Oh?
Only Sebastian Lenormand would design and manufacture the first modern parachute.
Whoa!
On December 26,
Conical.
1783, Lenormand would record the first parachute jump in history by jumping from the upper balcony of the Montpellier Observatory. That very same year, just 120 miles away in Annonay, the Montgolfier brothers would develop the first hot air balloon. Within the span of a few
hot
months,
air?
mankind had not only broken free from Earth's terrain, but found a way to weaken the grip of gravity itself. And it was only a matter of time before someone would use both to make history.
André Garnierin.
On October 22nd,
French
1797,
Expedition
André
33.
Garnerin became the
Oh,
first
André
person to
Garnerin.
parachute out of an
Okay.
aircraft.
Sure.
Garnerin rose to 3,200 feet in a hot air balloon.
Expedition
then severed the
33.
basket, parachuting back down.
That's gonna be
unharmed.
this year's Game of the Year,
You could argue
Expedition
that this
33.
wasn't a true jump, as Garnerin never actually stepped out of the balloon's basket. But based
Oh.
on the illustrations of the basket's design, I would say that it serves little purpose in actually protecting the user, and rather functions as a necessary component of the parachute itself. The important thing is that André Garnerin flew about 500 feet higher than the top of the Burj Khalifa, then severed his only means of
Cool.
flotation, placing full faith in the thin fabric above his head to ensure that he didn't wind up becoming a human crepe. On that day in 1797,
crepes. I want a
Andre
crepe.
Garnerin became the first skydiver.
It's been a while since I had
Just
crepes.
5 years
only
later, he would set
only
a new
had
all-time
pancakes.
record, jumping from a height of 8,000 feet.
Whoa!
Garnerin's era of
Nice.
heroics would inspire a new generation of daredevils who would replicate his death-defying stunt in front of spectators around the world.
Nice.
19th century parachuters would draw crowds at local carnivals and other venues by dropping out of the sky from altitudes of 2,000 to 5,000 feet. This range is comparable to the cruising altitude of the Fortnite battle bus.
Yo, Fortnite! It's from Aesop's Fables. A dude claimed he could jump over the port of Rhodes, so a guy just shut him up by going, "Suppose this to be Rhodes. Now for your leap."
And while the
Oh,
stunts
it's
looked
Rhodes.
death-defying,
Is it Rhodes?
sometimes
Rhodes?
death would not be
Tomato,
defied.
tomato.
In 1837,
I think they're
Robert
the both.
Cocking earned the grim distinction of
His name
becoming
is
the first
Cocking.
skydiving fatality after his parachute failed
He
at
cocked
5,000
up.
feet. Cocking
Oh, his
was
parachute
supposedly
cocked
attempting
up.
to reach the 8,000-foot mark that Garnerin had set decades prior, but the record would not
Darn.
be undone. News of Cocking's death was a sobering reminder to the dangers of falling from thousands of feet in the air, and it extinguished the popularity of parachuting for decades afterwards. For the rest of the 1800s, there were no jump attempts on record surpassing Garnerin's 8,000-foot mark. This
He
was
reigned
mostly due to the
supreme.
limitations of parachutes, as balloons continued to soar throughout the 19th century. Since would-be jumpers were no longer encumbered by the Earth's terrain, the highest theoretical jump was now determined by the balloon altitude record.
Alright, here's another record. The balloon altitude record.
Even at this time, unmanned balloons could easily rise to tens of thousands of feet, but manned flights now had to deal with the limits of human physiology. Above 15,000
Oh.
feet, most people will begin
Time
to
for
suffer
a
the effects
lesson.
of oxygen deprivation. Most modern-day skydiving excursions will not fly above this altitude for that very reason. Above 26,000 feet is the death zone,
The death
limit
zone.
beyond which the human body can no longer survive without supplemental
What about
oxygen.
one-man
In
built
1862,
balloons?
James Glacier and
I'm
Henry
sure there were
Coxwell became
female
the first people to
operators for
surpass the
balloon
death zone.
operators.
At around 29,000 feet, the pair lost
Whoa.
consciousness, with
Uh-oh.
Coxwell barely managing to pull the balloon's valve cord before blacking out. The pair survived when the balloon rapidly
Ooh,
descended
that was
back to a
close.
safe height, but not before setting a new altitude record estimated
Wow.
between 29,000 and 37,000 feet. By 1887, oxygen
1887.
tanks became commercially available, allowing ballooners to safely enter the death zone. In 1901, Arthur Burson and Reinhard Suring set an official record of 35,000 feet in a hydrogen balloon,
nice.
this time remaining conscious to record it. In 1927, Hawthorne Gray became the first person to pass the 40,000-foot mark, but perished after running out of oxygen.
Aw.
In 1931,
Well, he
August
tried.
Piccard and Paul Kipfer passed the 50,000-foot mark, becoming the first people to enter the stratosphere, as well as the first people
Whoa.
to truly witness the curvature of the Earth. In
What do you mean
1933,
curvature of the
at Century
Earth?
Progress World
I
Fair,
thought the Earth was
Thomas Edison and
flat.
Chester Fordney would surpass 60,000 feet.
I thought the Earth was flat and in a glass dome. Wait, if it was in a glass dome, shouldn't there not be, this stuff? Whatever.
By this point, record attempts were quickly approaching the next hard limit in manned balloon flights. As altitude increases, air pressure decreases, as does the boiling point of fluids. At around 60,000
Whoa.
feet, air pressure is low enough where the temperature of your body will exceed the boiling point of water, causing your blood to literally boil.
Ugh.
This limit is otherwise known as the Armstrong line, and future flights above it will require a pressurized suit. In 1934, the Soviet Union's
Early-
Gossoviaking
early
1 surpassed the
astronaut
Armstrong line
suits
and reached a
are
peak
so
altitude
goofy.
of 72,000 feet before the
72,000
balloon
lives
disintegrated
lost.
during its descent, killing all 3 crew members.
Imagine riding in a hot air balloon and sipping on oxygen because not because you simply need to, but because you can afford, unlike those poor peasants down there.
1 year later, in what would be a precursor to the space race, the United States took back the record when Albert Stevens and Orville Anderson reached 72,400 feet in the Explorer
Ooh.
2 craft. By this point,
Nice.
balloon flight
And
progression
our-
had
and our
provided the
guys
jump
actually
record with massive
survived.
potential for improvement. But
Ooh.
before anyone could attempt a new
Potential
record,
improvement.
the parachute would have to rise to the occasion.
Yet another parachute, yet another thing.
The turn of the 20th century saw two tremendous strides in aeronautics, with the invention of the airplane and the airship.
Whoa.
The unprecedented boom in air travel renewed interest in the parachute. In 1907, aerial stuntman Charles Broadwick would provide the first major parachute innovation with a static line, which allowed the chute to automatically deploy when jumping out of an aircraft. In 1914,
Nice.
Broadwick's adopted daughter Tiny became the first person to manually deploy a chute while in free fall,
Mm.
eventually leading to the invention of the ripcord. And starting in 1919,
Very nice.
Leslie Irvin began manufacturing and distributing the Type A parachute for use as life preservers on airplanes.
Now that's
the Irvin chute would revitalize the pastime of stunt jumping. Just as the balloon jumpers would perform death-defying jumps a century earlier, a new generation of aerial acrobats would wow spectators by jumping from the cockpits of their airplanes. This new wave of daredevils became known as the Barnstormers. The most famous of which was a man
Barnstormers.
by the name of Charles Lindbergh.
Charles
was most known
Lindbergh!
for making the first
The guy
nonstop
from Jimmy
transatlantic flight,
Neutron.
but buried among his long list of aviation accomplishments was the new record for the world's highest jump. In 1926, Lindbergh used an Irvin chute to bail out of his plane at an altitude of 13,000 feet, finally breaking Gardner's record after more than a century. 1927 saw the first tests of parachutes in military combat, leading to the rise of the paratrooper. In 1943, U.S. Army surgeon Randy Lovelace became the first person on record to jump from the stratosphere. In an Air Force experiment, Lovelace bailed out of an Army bomber at over 40,000 feet. The force of the parachute knocked him unconscious, and the minus 40-degree temperatures left his hands frostbitten. But Lovelace survived the jump by the skin of his teeth, claiming the record in the process.
Nice.
The first ever jump from the stratosphere
Hell
would be the
yeah.
last with a conventional parachute, at least in
America.
the United States. Soviet jumpers Vasily Romanyuk and Nikolai
Damn.
Nikitin would both set higher marks, with Nikitin
Those
surpassing
darn
47,000
Ruskies.
feet in 1957. While the Russians were fixated on the record itself, the U.S. directed their focus to survival. If pilots were to survive
naturally.
ejecting at very high altitudes, they would
We
need to
actually
be
give a
equipped
shit
with
about our
parachutes
boys.
fit for the edge of space. Randy Lovelace's near-fatal jump would usher in a new era, the dawn of the space jump.
Space jump. After these messages, we'll be right back.
I'm going to jump!
Do a flip!
Do a flip!
Patients of YouTube, it is I, Dr. Spiral, standing here atop this 3-story structure. Now, in my medical opinion, I would say that it's unsafe to fall from this height. I mean, a fall from this height can make your hair fall out. Skydivers can fall faster than 120 miles per hour. In those conditions, your hair won't last long.
Yeah, so yeah, be careful with that.
Outer space doesn't begin until the Kármán line,
Make sure your
more than
hair is nice
300,000
and
feet high. The region between it
firm.
and the Armstrong line is classified as near space.
Near
and as jet planes
space.
flew higher, pilots would need a new kind of parachute to safely eject from this range. Following Randy Lovelace's near-fatal jump, the Air Force began testing experimental high-altitude parachutes on dummies.
Haha, this chat
Early
member's
designs would force
bald.
the dummies into an uncontrollable flat spin that would be potentially fatal on human subjects. By 1958, they were ready to test out a new multi-stage design that was intended to stabilize the jumper. Only this time, the test would be conducted on a human being. An unenviable
here we
task bestowed
go.
upon Captain Joseph Kittinger.
A fellow captain, Captain Kittinger.
Kittinger had already proven himself as the Air Force's new favorite guinea pig with his role in Project Manhigh, a 1957 research assignment that saw Kittinger soar 96,000 feet in a balloon, setting a new altitude record in the process. His next assignment would be Project Excelsior, where Kittinger would once again rise to the stratosphere in a balloon, only this time he would
Welcome,
have
true
to jump out.
believers.
On November 16,
Today we're gonna have a space jump.
Kittinger fastened his pressure suit and boarded Excelsior 1, rising to an altitude of 76,400 feet. At that
Wowza!
point, Kittinger unstrapped himself from the gondola and stepped over the edge. Immediately, there was a problem.
Uh-oh.
Kittinger had prematurely deployed his stabilization chute. Just
Shit.
like the test dummies, Kittinger entered an uncontrollable
Oh,
spin.
no.
At 120 RPM, Kittinger blacked out nearly 13 miles above the Earth. He regained consciousness just 3,000 feet from the ground. Miraculously, the rest of the chutes functioned according to plan, allowing Joe Kittinger to escape with his life. and a new record. Despite
That
a near
was
disaster on the
close.
first run,
Holy
Kittinger was
smokes.
determined to prove that the new parachute system could work. Less than a month later, Kittinger would return to the skies with Excelsior 2, jumping from 74,000 feet. This time, the parachutes functioned flawlessly, and although he was just shy of adding to the record, he would get one more chance to make history in the summer of 1960.
Aw,
On the
shit,
morning
here
of
we
August
go.
16th, Kittinger boarded the gondola for Excelsior 3. Sudden
Excelsior
cloud cover almost canceled
3.
the mission before it started, but Kittinger launched just 1 minute before the orders to cancel the flight. Soon after, overcast skies would be the least of his concerns. At about 50,000 feet, Kittinger realized that his right glove had failed to pressurize, causing
shit.
his hand to swell to twice its size. Despite the potentially catastrophic complication, Kittinger did not inform the ground crew. He knew that if he did, the mission would be immediately aborted. Anticipating that they would never get another chance at a jump, Kittinger bit the bullet and continued to rise.
A true
1 hour and 40
American
minutes after
hero.
launch, Kittinger took the highest step in the world and jumped from the stratosphere for the final time. Kittinger free fell for 4.5 minutes before deploying his main chute. He reached a top speed of 614 miles per hour. 13 minutes and 45 seconds after stepping out of the gondola, Joe Kittinger touched down in the New Mexico desert. The ground crew was ecstatic. Not only was
Nice.
Excelsior 3 a resounding success, but Kittinger had just landed from the highest jump in history. So just how high did Joe go?
Yeah, how high did he go? Holy shit! 102, nearly 103,000 miles. What a fucking Chad.
102,800
Balls of brass on this
feet.
guy.
Not only did Joe Kittinger set the all-time
With a
jump
swollen
record,
hand.
he did so while setting the all-time balloon altitude record.
That's
the second highest
awesome.
altitude ever reached by man at that point. After proving that humans could survive exposure to the upper atmosphere, Project Excelsior would open the floodgates for manned space exploration. Soon after, both the US and Soviet Union would send the first astronauts into orbit. But in that
Hell
moment,
yeah.
Kittinger stood farther from the Earth's surface than all but a single person before him, and then jumped back down. Years later, while serving in Vietnam, Kittinger would be captured as a prisoner of war after his plane was shot down. One has
Aw,
to wonder which moment was more terrifying.
damn. Probably the Vietnam one.
Remarkably, despite accomplishing one of the most impressive feats in the history of aviation, Kittinger never actually cared about the record. He took far more
He didn't even
satisfaction in
care.
completing the mission and validating the effectiveness
He didn't
of
even
the
care about the
high-altitude
record. He just
parachute.
wanted
Ironically, the record would go
parachutes.
on to define his legacy. Before Joe Kittinger, the jump record only existed as a formality, a sloppy and poorly documented patchwork of events consisting mostly of people who stumbled into the record completely unintentionally. In many ways, Kittinger was no different, but after Excelsior, the record would never be the same.
This is
It
the
was
highest
first time that
step
world's
in the
highest jump
world.
was documented, broadcasted, and celebrated in the media. Kittinger had effectively made the record tangible, and before long, a new wave of contenders were lining up to break it.
Here comes the new challengers.
Naturally, the first people to challenge for the American record were the Russians. In
Naturally.
1962, Pyotr Dolgov and Yevgeny Andreev were tasked with the Soviet Union's first attempt at a space jump. Andreev successfully jumped from 83,000 feet, setting a new record for the longest free fall. Dolgov jumped from nearly 94,000 feet, but perished after his suit depressurized. Dolgov's death would be covered up for years,
Damn.
but as far as the Soviets were concerned, the mission was a success. Even though Joe Kittinger's record
Typical
was
Russians.
well documented and precisely measured with state-of-the-art technology, it wasn't verified by the FAI, allowing the Soviets to claim the official record despite falling nearly 20,000 feet short. For all intents and purposes, Joe Kittinger still held the record, but the Soviets had the validation of a bureaucratic sanctioning body in Switzerland, and they were content with that. Not content with the disputed title was a young adventurer from New Jersey, Nicholas
Joyzy.
Piantanida.
Nick Piantanida.
The young skydiver had been obsessed with jumping ever since his childhood, where he would nearly fall to his death after jumping from the roof of his apartment with a makeshift parachute made from his bedsheets. By the 60s,
Wow,
Piantanida
an American
was determined
dream.
to bring the undisputed record back to America by making the greatest jump in history. His goal was to break both Kittinger's altitude record and Andreev's freefall record in what would become known as Project Stratojump. But unlike the space jumpers before him, Piantanida didn't have government backing. He had to essentially create his own ragtag aeronautical research program from scratch.
A
using
gang of
sponsors,
misfits.
volunteers, and borrowed facilities.
It's
While
just like a
preparing for the
sports
jump,
movie.
Piantanida sought out consultation from Joe Kittinger himself. Kittinger, never a fan of chasing records, refused. He had nearly lost his life performing the feat just a few years prior, and he didn't appreciate Piantanida's cavalier attitude towards the daunting challenge.
He didn't have
However,
the
despite
knowledge,
his bare-bones
training, or
resources,
discipline he needed.
Piantanida and the Strato team managed
Says
to
Kurt
assemble a working balloon,
Kittinger.
gondola, and pressure suit. By the autumn of 1965, Nick
Ye of
Piantanida
little
was ready
faith.
to take to the skies. On October 22nd, Strato Jump 1 lifted off from a field outside of St. Paul, Minnesota. Unfortunately, high wind shear would destroy the balloon at just 16,000 feet, forcing an emergency landing and a
darn.
second attempt. He would try again on February 2nd, 1966. This time, the balloon had no problem reaching the stratosphere, where it continued rising. Soon, it had soared past Andreev's mark of 80,000, then past Kittinger's mark of 102,000.
Oh
Piantanida's
shit.
balloon topped out at an unprecedented height of 123,500 feet.
Holy
His
smokes.
unyielding hubris was about to pay off. The record was
Holy
tantalizingly
smokes.
close. All Nick Piantanida had to do was step out of the gondola and into the record books.
Oh, god damn it. What
But there was a
now?
problem. The oxygen line tethering Piantanida to the gondola wouldn't detach, and he had no way of severing the connection. After several
shit.
agonizing minutes at the edge of glory, the ground crew decided to abort the mission.
No.
In a turbulent and dangerous descent,
Damn
a
it.
battered Piantanida returned to Earth with the gondola. After the heartbreaking
Aw.
failure, Piantanida would not be deterred. On May 1st,
He's still gonna do it.
1966, he stepped back into the gondola with the goal of once again reaching the 120,000 foot mark.
He needs to beat
This
those
time,
damn
he would pay the
Ruskies.
ultimate price.
Huh? Oh no.
At 57,000 feet, Nick Piantanida's suit depressurized. The ground crew immediately aborted the mission, but at that point, very little could be done. Piantanida was starved of oxygen for more than 20 minutes, falling into a coma from which he never recovered. As close as he came to proving everyone wrong, Piantanida's recklessness would ultimately cost him everything. He met a cruelly fitting fate, spending his final moments in the sky, the place he always seemed to belong. The Strato jump
guess the Ruskies did win
would mark
after
the end
all.
of record attempts for a while. Neither of the two world superpowers were interested in balloon jump escapades anymore. They had moved on to new frontiers. Future record holders would have to independently direct their own
spies!
operations. After progressing through millennia of physical barriers to the sky, the newest limitations to the jump record were now cost and ambition. The 60s had quickly become the age of the astronaut, and the boom in space exploration had taken much of the luster off the once vaunted space jump. It seemed that the only notable jumps of this era happened by complete chance. In 1966, American pilot Bill Weaver would survive a 78,000-foot fall after ejecting from a jet at Mach 3. His life would be spared thanks to the same parachute design that Joe Kittinger had tested just 6 years prior.
Very nice.
In 1971, D.B. Cooper became the first and only
D.B.
person to
Cooper?
successfully commit airplane piracy, parachuting an estimated 10,000 feet with $200,000 in ransom money. In 1973, Serbian flight attendant Venca Vulovic survived the highest fall on record without a parachute after the plane she was servicing exploded at 33,000 feet. And in 1982, Larry Walters survived an ascent to 16,000 feet after tying dozens of weather balloons to a lawn chair.
Nice.
The next attempt
The
at world
original
class jump
up.
wouldn't happen until the 90s, with decorated British paratrooper Nish Bruce. Starting in the
Now
early
that's up.
90s, Bruce began training for the eventual Skydive from Space project, where he would make a planned jump from 130,000 feet. The project was partially funded by NASA, who wanted to test the effects of radiation at high
NASA.
altitudes. Despite an encouraging start,
The space
the
program?
project would abruptly end in 1994 when Bruce suffered an unexpected mental breakdown, stabbing his girlfriend with a pair of scissors. The incident would mark
Jesus.
the beginning of Bruce's 8-year-long battle with mental illness, a battle he would eventually lose. In 2002, Nish Bruce would end his life by intentionally jumping from a plane without a parachute. Much like Nick Piantanida, Nish Bruce was someone who seemed to belong to the sky. This time,
And
going
now
out on
he's
his own
in the
terms.
and now he's in the sky. Actually, no, he's in hell for killing people.
After 4 decades of magnificent failure since Project Excelsior, the new millennium would bring a new wave of contenders.
Here's
trying
to another
beat the
lousy
record.
millennium.
Starting in 2000, Cheryl Stearns would announce her plans to jump from 130,000 feet with the formation of the StratoQuest project. Stearns was the most accomplished female skydiver in history and was
Wow.
prepared to make the ultimate jump in the spring
The
of
fucking
2001.
Comic Sans.
Unfortunately, StratoQuest could never quite materialize.
Aw.
After numerous delays and funding issues, the project had fallen defunct by the end of the 2000s.
An Australian man, Rod Milner, announced that next March he plans to skydive from 25 miles above the Earth, reaching speeds over 1,000 miles an hour and breaking the sound barrier.
In 2001,
Whoa.
Australian skydiver Rod
Crazy.
Milner would make waves in the media by announcing his plan to jump from 130,000 feet and break the sound barrier with his fall. The mission, titled Project Space Jump, had reportedly secured funding from the Australian Defence Force Academy, with plans to launch a year later in March 2002. Well, a year came
Cool.
and went, and no jump was ever attempted. Following the initial media
he was
hype,
full of
Project
shit.
Space Jump was never discussed again and eventually forgotten, coming off much more like a publicity stunt than an actual attempt at the record.
Typical.
In 2003, French adventurer Michel Fournier announced Le Grand Saut, during which he planned to jump from 130,000 feet. Fournier made the most progress of anyone in the decade, managing to produce a working balloon, pressure suit, and gondola. Unfortunately, all of Fournier's attempts would be aborted before they could even launch. After spending
Damn.
2 decades and nearly $20 million chasing the record, Michel Fournier couldn't even get off the ground. 2010 would
Damn.
mark the 50-year anniversary of Joe Kittinger's record, and
That's a
after half a
shame.
century of failure, many began to wonder whether anyone could break it.
Oh,
Starting in 2010,
Who's
Red Bull would
this?
sponsor the Stratos project and team up with Austrian skydiver Felix Baumgartner to finally top Kittinger's record once and for all. Preparing Felix for the jump would be none other than Joe Kittinger himself. Kittinger's
oh,
blessings seemed to ward off the demons that had plagued all other attempts since he set the record. In March 2012, Baumgartner would successfully complete the project's first test jump from 71,000 feet. In July, he would complete the
Nice.
second test jump, this time from 96,000 feet. And finally,
But
on
can we
October
go even
14th,
further?
2012, Felix Baumgartner was ready to make history in a moment streamed live around the world.
and there it is. I think a lot of. How many of you guys saw this live? How many of you guys seen this live?
There's the chute.
And there's the chute. And there he is. Touchdown. The world record.
After finally having his record broken, Joe Kittinger never looked happier.
Not live,
After
but you remember
52
when
years
it
of
happened.
frustration, there was finally a new record holder of the world's highest jump. In addition to setting the
Nice.
altitude record, Felix Baumgartner became the first jumper in history to break the sound barrier in his freefall, as well as setting the record for the longest distance in freefall. The YouTube live stream was watched by nearly 10 million viewers, a record that itself would stand for almost 6 years. The new record
Hot
provided a rare moment of
damn.
inspiration for a generation
I
who
think
had
the
very
Game
little to
Awards actually
celebrate in
broke
terms
that
of
record
aeronautical
recently.
achievement. Truly,
How many of
it
those
was
are
a jump
bots,
for
though?
the ages. After taking half a century to beat Kittinger's mark of 102,000, who knew how long it would take to beat Baumgartner? The record would stand for 2 years.
Whoa,
On
really?
October
Only
24th,
2
2014,
years.
Computer scientist Alan Eustace would set a new altitude record of 135,889 feet. Eustace worked as the senior VP of engineering at Google and had no prior history of skydiving or extreme stunts.
Wow.
One day, he decided that he wanted to pursue the record, so he assembled a team of collaborators to form StratX. Eustace became the first jumper in history to ascend to the stratosphere without a gondola, relying only on a pressure suit to protect him from the vacuum of near space. The reduction
Wow.
in weight allowed him to soar more than 8,000 feet higher than Baumgartner's mark. In just a single attempt at the
Nice.
record, Alan Eustace went up and got it. That's where the record stands today, but where does it go from
Crazy.
here? Well, the record for the highest unmanned balloon flight is 173,900
Absolutely
feet.
crazy.
Lighter weight missions like Stratex
Of
may
course
approach
it's a
this altitude,
fucking
but sooner
suit
or later,
from
jumpers will
Google.
reach another hard limit, the mesosphere.
The
Starting at around
mesosphere.
170,000 feet, the air becomes thin enough to force any balloon to burst from the pressure difference. As a result, the mesosphere is the least explored part of the atmosphere, extending too high for balloons and too low for satellites. But what if you were to skip the mesosphere entirely and jump from a satellite? The International Space Station orbits in the thermosphere at an average altitude of about 1.3 million feet, nearly 10 times the height of the current record.
Okay,
However,
lads, you
since
gotta
the ISS
jump
is
off
in
the...
orbit, it's traveling about 10 times faster than an average bullet. Re-entering the atmosphere at that speed will cause the human body to burn up like a meteor. Currently, the best hope for space jumps beyond the stratosphere may be Virgin Galactic's Spaceship Two, a suborbital spaceplane capable of surpassing the 300,000-foot mark. Due to the parabolic shape of the flight path, it could be theoretically possible to jump from the peak without extreme exit velocity. Virgin Galactic plans to launch commercial flights on the spaceplane starting this decade, so it's possible that
Yeah,
the next
that
great
never
stride in
happened.
space jumping
They
may
went-
be just a few years
They
away.
went bankrupt.
For now, the record stands
if
at
I
just
remember.
under 136,000 feet. No matter the era, death-defying jumps have never failed to amaze and inspire those who witness them. Space jumping is both a product and an example of our endless thirst for progress.
The stupid dog indeed made him look bad.
60 years ago, as Joe Kittinger gazed down at the Earth prior to his record-setting jump, he remarked at the irony of such beauty existing in such deadly conditions.
A very
He compared
beautiful
floating through
world
the stratosphere to being
beneath a
enveloped
hostile
in an ocean of
sky.
cyanide. Despite literally being on top of the world, Kittinger was overcome with an overwhelming sense of humility. We
Excelsior.
defy nature by
Even
venturing
higher.
and higher, and nature humbles us with its unconquerable vastness. After 4,000 years of trying, we have already managed to jump from unfathomable heights, but we still have so much farther to go. For the future of the world's highest jump, the sky's the limit.
Damn. That's crazy. Absolutely nutty. Joe Kittinger died in December 9th, 2002. A legend who will not be forgotten. May he rest in peace. This is the weirdest summoning salt video I've seen this far. Oh, he died? Felix Baumgartner died in July of last year. Dang. Jumping was invented by Sung Jump in 9040 BC when he tried to take a step with both feet at the same time. You wouldn't download a plane. That's funny. Alan Eustace is the speed runner that nobody knows of and out of nowhere and claims a world record. Everyone doubts him until he shows up with a new, more efficient method of ascension. A regular old Jimmy Poopin. A regular old Jimmy Poopins. You'll take a poop in you. All right, what else? Okay, let's see. What else? Okay. Sorry, I'm zoning out. All right, what next? I'm struggling not to pass out because I did not caffeinate quite yet. Just gonna put this in the watch later. Wait, did I watch this one? The old people got weird products. I don't know. I actually need to look. I need to actually check. Obtain cuff. I mean, I could, but I mean, yeah, I could. I probably will. You know what? Lucky dip. Just a little lucky dip before I take a break. Lucky dip before break. All right. Breathing in water. Choking on apple. You smell. Number 7. Overtime. 6. The dollar. The dollar. 5. Unpaid. You like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward? Who you call a pinhead? 2. Scream! Patrick? And that's number 1. Realistic Patrick. Horrifying.
It's time to kick gum and chew ass. and I'm all fucking dick kick him.
Dick kick 'em is what gets me. Dick kick 'em. Oh, here's a long one. This one's gonna be a long one. Settle in because it's gonna be a while. Jaja and Frank, what'd you put in this drink? Another delightful MDE delectable.
The heck?
The heck?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, God. Good God, Frank, it's good to see you.
John.
Jesus. Listen.
Good to
you
see
look
you.
Like you could use a drink.
Looks like you could use a drink.
Okay. You want to take a seat? Would you like a drink?
Sure, that would be great, John.
First, take a seat.
Young Samurai looks so weird.
A drink would be great.
Take a seat.
Yeah, that's actually Samurai. Judge.
Good God, Frank. It's been a long time. It's great to see you.
John, I'm
John.
kind of a jam. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, burn that cigarette.
So what brings you here today, Frank? Business? Or business?
Business.
Would you like a drink?
Would you like a drink? Frank?
A drink, Frank. I'll get you one at the bar.
John, I talked to these guys, the Russians.
The
The
Russians.
Russians are bums. Dumb. Dumber than fags.
The money is not going to be a problem, all right? The money that you gave me, plus the interest, it's all going to be covered.
They didn't come through. They dropped your name. And it made me worry. Made me real worried.
Real worried.
You know what I
about
do for a living, don't you, Frank?
what does he
John,
do
John,
for a
come on.
living?
John,
John,
I know what you do for a living.
John,
come on.
John, come on. John.
These things take time. Preparation.
Come on, John.
It takes champagne.
John.
It takes something in my hand.
John, please.
Cold and hard. And there's nothing cold and hard in my hand. There's nothing. Not even my dick.
I need something in my hand. Something cold and hard.
Something
Not
cold
my
and
dick,
hard.
But something cold and hard. And this something cold and hard is from your pocket. And it better be in your pocket right
What
now.
could it be? What could be cold and hard and not his dick?
John, come on.
Come on, John.
You understand? I talked to these guys, we straightened it out. Everything's good, everything's smooth, A-okay, like butter, like I told you.
Yeah, you told me, huh? Get out of here. You mind getting me an ashtray, Frank? You mind, Frank? You mind, Frank?
No problem, John. Anything for you, Big J.
Spirit. That's a spirit.
John.
Let me get that drink. Let's not talk business till you've had a drink yet. Let's not worry about that yet. I need to get you a drink.
Get a
You
drink.
mind? After you get your gin drink, then we can talk business.
Get your gin
How's that
drink.
sound? Thanks. I better get right to it then. Let me get you a bar at the drink. You want gin? You have anything
Bar
else
at
for
the
me?
drink.
Business? Business?
Business.
Not until you've had your drink.
Gotta have that drink.
It'll get to you once I get it at the bar. Bar's right there.
Yeah, the bar's right
I'll
there.
mix
So
you
I'm
a
gonna go get that
Jen.
drink.
Great. I'll get you one. At the bar, right there.
At the bar. Too many cooks.
You mind?
This predates Too Many Cooks.
No problem.
You mind action that for me? Things might be okay right now, but they might not be okay for much longer. What about our business?
John, I told you, the money is not the problem.
It has the same energy.
You don't need to worry.
You know, John? You know, Frank? I'm not worried about the money. I'm worried about you. We made a deal before, me and the pool boy. It fell through. So he ended up falling down the stairs one day. No one ever saw him again.
Fell down the
They read about him in the
stairs.
obituaries.
Are you insinuating that he's dead?
I'm insinuating. I'm thinking about... John. Frank.
John, Frank.
What are you doing?
We're gonna make a drink.
Gonna get a drink. Get that drink. Let's get that bar
Good
drink.
night. Sweet Prince.
Good night, sweet prince. Drink.
Frank, how do you like your drink? Why don't you taste it?
Why don't you taste that gin drink?
Come on. You taste your drink, Frank.
John.
Taste your drink. Why don't you taste your drink?
Taste the drink, Frank. Go on, Frank. Cheers.
Down the hatch.
Down the hatch,
Down the hatch, John.
Down the hatch,
John.
Frank.
Down the hatch, Frank.
He's looking at you, kid. Taste it. Taste it.
Come on, taste it. Taste it. Taste it. Come on.
How's it taste? How's your drink?
How's it taste?
It's gin. Let her touch your lips.
Ugh.
Give me the money, Frank.
Give me the money, Frank.
What is that?
It's gin and piss. Why don't you taste it again?
There you go. It's gin and
I don't normally
piss.
play games unless I'm dealing with a fool or perhaps a fag. But you
It's such a classic video. Somewhere between a PS1 cutscene and a Filipino daytime soap opera. The olden days when Sam's head was only 54% of its current girth. It's as if David Lynch was an older millennial obsessed with obscure PS1 games and cutscenes. Dubbing due to unsalvageable audio is an MDE staple.
champagne, and it takes something in my hand.
It's cold and hard. And there's nothing cold and hard in my hand. There's nothing. Not even my dick.
Judge. Come on, Judge. 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 Come on, Judge. 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 Come on, Judge. Judge, please. Judge. 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 All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So, yeah, I will be right back. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I totally wasn't doom scrolling on Twitter again. Ooh, ship.
Oh, ship.
Maybe one of these days I'll remember to. One of these days I will remember to unmute the damn audio. I'm so smart. I'm smart. SMRT. I mean SMARG. Ooh, ship.
Oh, ship. Oh.
This. World War II's unluckiest ship.
Hey kids, now some philosophers have called boats the airplanes of the sea, but while every
Ooh.
glamorous Glennis has its slow-mo shun, so too does JJ the Jetplane have his awful, awful counterpart. Her legacy in many ways resembles...
I hate that. I hate that. Hold on a sec. All right then.
My middle school career, a 3-year-long travesty plagued by blunder after blunder due to both gross incompetence and sheer
Sam, what are
misfortune,
you
with the only
doing?
silver lining
What are
being
you
that
doing?
it's remembered by relatively few. Meet the USS
Nice.
William D. Porter,
You got the
nicknamed
troll
Willie
face
D,
shirt.
which was a perfectly acceptable
Willie
alias
D.
in the days before Don't Ask, Don't Tell. She was a Fletcher-class destroyer, which, if you know Fletcher as well as I do, you know he's pretty high-class at destroying, like when he snapped off my
Nice.
DS screen during summer camp. 'cause
No, Fletcher! What are you doing? I was playing Drawn to Life. I was gonna get to the part where the kid is in a coma.
was trying to get a better look. Didn't even apologize. He was just like, well, you're not supposed to bring video games to camp anyway. Even though everyone did. Fuck you, Fletcher.
Okay,
you were a counselor.
fucking
You're supposed to be more mature than us. You're the reason I grew up with a lingering resentment towards authority. And my only reprisal is that I got to draw you as a disgusting fat lard for millions of people.
Nice.
Actually, I think his name might have been Eric. Anyway.
Yeah, I used to bring my DS and PSP to school. It was either one or the other, whichever I was feeling. Americans can't live without their desiccated bean water.
July of
Desiccated
1943,
bean
the
water.
ship was commissioned by the Navy and led by Lieutenant
What's
Commander
tea?
Wilfred A. Walter. As her first real job, the Willie D was assigned to a top-secret escort mission across the Atlantic.
Super top
Walter was like,
secret.
alright man, time to prove ourselves. I want to see you all on your A-game. And as its first act under military command, the ship didn't raise anchor properly and tore a massive chunk out of the ship next to it while pulling out. Okay, rough start, but definitely not a sign of things to come. The next day,
Definitely a
she met
sign
up with
of
3 other
things to
ships,
come.
including 2 destroyers and a battleship known as the USS Iowa, and the fleet set off towards Africa. Given the clandestine nature of the operation, they were ordered to maintain total radio silence so as not to alert any subs that might be lurking below. Suddenly, boom, bang,
Shoot.
borf, Hare Krishna, huge explosion
What
off the
the heck?
starboard quarter. They're like, holy shit, evasive maneuvers.
Whoa,
But
evasive
after however many
maneuvers.
minutes, the transmission comes
That's
in
how we do in the
saying,
war
Hi,
zone."
this is Wilfred D of the Willie Walter. So a depth charge may have accidentally fallen off the ship, and we may have also forgotten to turn off the safety mechanisms on said charge, causing it to detonate immediately. So if you heard a little noise a bit ago, no cause for alarm. Also, sorry for breaking radio silence. Love you, bye. Shortly thereafter, a strange phenomenon was spotted near the ship. Officer, what in the rhyme of the ancient fuck is that?
Wait, what?
Appears to be a large wave, sir. Jesus Christ, they have that now? Basically everything that wasn't tied down ended up being swept off, and one of the boilers in the engine room got foobarred. But fortunately, no crew members were
Jeez.
taken away, except for the one that was. Later, the 4 ships
Except for the
congregated
one that
in
was.
the waters east of
Rip.
Bermuda when the Iowa decided to test its anti-air abilities and launched a bunch of weather balloons for target practice. A few of these
Nice.
drifted towards the Willie D, and they took some pot shots just for fun, probably wrecking some happy albatross households in the process. But Walter was like, men, it's time to
Nice.
redeem ourselves. Spit those crayons out. Don't you know the purple ones are bad for you? Time for some impromptu torpedo drills on the...
But I like the purple ones. They're delicious. They're purple they taste like purple. Besides, those are Marine rations. Why are they stealing rations from the Marines?
Iowa, yay! That was
Six
Narnar and the
multiple
Pow Pow.
moments
They're gonna
later.
douse their trousers when they see how good we toured those pedos. Say, you guys remember to take the primer out of all of them before launching, right? Yes, sir. Yep. What?
Oh no.
Fortunately, the Iowa didn't really have much valuable cargo that could be damaged in the event that the torpedo struck.
Oh, good.
Oh, except for 32nd President of the United States Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was being escorted to Cairo as the whole point of the mission. The next.
Oh, so that's why it was top secret. Ooh. Well, shit. Moving on.
5 minutes aboard the Willie D were just total fucking chaos. Humid sacks of rice, hogs and bats sniffing each other, massive stereos. Commander, we really should radio them. No! I am not breaking any more rules! Do the flashy light thing! Hey, incoming signal from old Iron Brains, a yuck. They're saying they're going to reverse at full speed? What? Shit off a bow sprint, this ain't working! Fine, call him! FaceTime, Uvu, I don't give a hoot! The transmission arrived in the nick of time, and the torpedo detonated a safe distance away in the Iowa's wake. Of course, that didn't stop the entire crew of the Willie D from being arrested for, you know, shooting a torpedo at the president. Lawton Dawson, the Elmer's eater from earlier, was initially sentenced to 14 years hard labor, till FDR came out and was like, no, it's okay. Boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys.
You and the rest of Carnival Cruise Line to Alaska, where there's fewer things to ruin by being yourself. Get it, Carnival Cruise Line? Because you're the worst. And also clowns. So they kicked...
They're not just the carnival, they're the entire entertainment industry. Boys will be boys. Man, I want to go to the Gillette Boys Will Be Boys ethno state. The dad ethno state. Where everyone just stands in front of a grill all day, grilling some burgers and glizzies, going, boys will be boys, boys will be boys, boys will be boys, boys will be boys. Ah, a dream world to be sure.
It for a while in the Aleutians, otherwise known as the Tale of the Pregnant Rat that makes up Alaska. This went on mostly without incident, except for when they were anchored outside an officer's home during a New Year's Eve party, and a sailor got drunk and decided to fire off one of the 5-inch guns for a laugh.
What are you
ended
doing?
Up sending a bunch of his geranium straight to hell where they belong. Other than that, smooth sailing. Then they hung out at the Philippines for a bit before Central Command was like, alright, looks like you smooth skins are ready for actual missions again.
Hey,
Except
smooth
you're going to
skin.
clown college. And the Willie D was sent to the Battle of Okinawa under the leadership of some guy named Charles. Here they actually did some worthwhile stuff until June 10th, 1945, when a kamikaze began to dive towards them. They weren't able to shoot it down, probably because it wasn't American, but it crashed into the water some ways away. They were like, phew, crisis averted. Turned their attention elsewhere, unintentionally driving right over where the bomber landed.
Oh no!
The plane was like, the hell? Oh, shit, that's right. Bonsai. About 3 hours of desperate repairs went by before the order to abandon ship was given, and miraculously, every crew member made it out alive by the time the ship sank, just 12 minutes later. So it just goes to show everything has its silver lining. Everyone on the dipship gets to live, every filthy Chuck E. Cheese ball pit has a delicious prize at the bottom. Anyway, that's all for today.
I love moldy pizza.
Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and I'm a fella with rubella.
Nice. Very nice. Very cool. I love dumpster diving in the ball pit at Chuck E. Cheese Michael Ratz and getting a delicious prize at the bottom. The only kamikaze bomber who sunk a ship by missing it. That's some dedication. Wait, Willie's in Azure Lane now? I didn't remember that. I don't remember this. He'll come back when he thinks we're ready. Yeah, they're not even saying anything about the thing. Humans sacrifice dogs and cats living together. Massive stereo. Yeah, everyone's just hoping. Everyone is just hoping that he returns, which, yeah, I wish he would also return. That's not the bell. Smash that motherfucking bell. On both our channels, by the way. What else? a bonsai. Yeah, I'm still looking for stuff. I mean, there's an obvious one. There's an obvious one. There's an obvious one. Let's go with the obvious one. Battle cruiser operational. Aw, yeah, it's time for some Jono.
Jontron.
Time for some Jono. Whoa, what a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
What a beautiful day, wouldn't you say, Rockington?
Rockington.
Oh yeah, I lost Rockington. I lost a rock!
Damn it, he lost Rockington. Oh. Uh-oh.
Well, I do believe I've forgotten why I'm standing here.
Why is he standing here? Uh-oh. Whoa! What the? Actually, I have to go to the bathroom again. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. And I return. Sorry about that. I had a bit of an emergency. So, yes. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of stuff. In fact, I needed to watch a certain video before watching the Jono. Oh shit, that's right. I'm gonna do this. So, yeah. Iconic lip smack. The iconic lip smack. All right, we gotta watch this one. This one's earlier. Normal boots. Mo traffic, mo vids. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Jontron.
Jontron. Nice. It's really funny.
Hey there. Sorry, I was just fucking around with the books on my shelf and reading the numbers and giggling at them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you don't actually smoke?
Look at the time.
What time is it?
It's exactly 365 days from the day I put myself in the line of fire. You know, that game was so bad, I didn't think I'd make it through the day.
So then comes the lovely gaming sim.
Wait, what the fuck? No freaking way, dude. Do you see? Do you see? Do you see it? Do you see it? Do you see? I'm sorry for grinding the stream to a halt, but do you see? Oh my god!
Of backtracking out of desperation. Now, may I remind you,
This is the first 3 minutes of the game.
Human spirit.
The human spirit.
Resilient, isn't she?
Indomitable
And here I am
human
a whole year
spirit.
later, still trucking along like a sack of potatoes on a long open road, wishing he'd stop for gas at the last rest stop. And then on the Interstate 12, he gets hijacked and murdered by a bunch of Quaker ghosts that hadn't moved on from the War of 1723. Fuck, what even is my purpose? What am I doing here? What am I doing?
Yeah,
What
it's
is all
just
this
like
shit
that.
Anyways,
Yeah, what is this?
Please.
Star Fox Adventures.
Wait. What's that?
What is that?
Me?
Cigarettes.
Fox Adventures?
Star
We burned
Fox
all these in the
Adventures.
great cleansing of Rodrigo Sanchez.
Rodrigo Sanchez. I remember that.
Some crazy times with this game. You know, most people don't
Burned it
remember.
all in a bonfire.
They remember the
That
game, but
nuts
they
and
don't remember
bolts.
it. No. It's all so clear now. I'm not here for nothing. I'm here to bring these repressed memories back to the masses. I'm here to shed light on the betrayed heart of the man, woman, and child that have been brushed under the rug like last week's sawdust. It's not right. It's not right.
Man, you could tell a lot of AVGN DNA
Bro,
was in.
like, holy fucking shit. Just calm down. Like, bro, seriously.
I like
do you
it.
need a glass of water or something?
I don't need
Thank you,
water.
Jacques. Thank you, Jacques. Very cool.
Thanks.
What a nice guy, that Jacques.
Is the Nintendo GameCube.
where to begin? Well, I guess let's just start now. Long, long ago, before Rareware made avatars, and they were actually a game company. They made some really
Whoa!
standout
You
stuff
mean-
back in the day for the N64.
You mean Rare? You mean Rare? made video games that aren't Sea of Thieves? Insane, psychotic, crazy.
Like Banjo-Kazooie and Conker's Bad Fur Day. Man,
Nice.
some people might have called them the best.
They
As
were
we
the
all know,
best.
even the great must eventually fall. First in
How
a
did they
rather
fall?
lengthy series of blunders was a little GameCube title known as Star Fox Adventures. Stairfax Temperatures was originally
Stairfax
a game slated for the
Temperatures?
N64 under the jaw-droppingly brilliant name Dinosaur Planet.
Wow.
Suck it in. At some point
Yeah,
during the development,
Dinosaur
though, the game
Planet.
shifted from the N64 to the Nintendo GameCube. And then an amazing thing happened.
What
You See, it all
happened?
started out when Shigeru was walking around the England one day looking for trouble.
All right.
He happened to stop by Rare Studios. Upon taking
Wow, it's in
one
Big
look at
Ben.
Dinosaur Planet, he was all, hey, okay, let's see what's going on here. I see how you got a
Yeah,
fox.
yeah,
We got a
that's
fox,
cool.
actually. You put him in, it's like,
Oh,
"Ah,
he
you
got a
little freak."
fox? Cocky little freaks.
Rare was stunned
Freaky
by
little
the utter
cocks.
brilliance of this magnificent conclusion. Dinosaur Planet was now to become Stairfax Temperatures.
Star Fox Adventures. And apparently it's not even that bad, but let's see what Jono has to say about that.
Well, that's enough history lessons for one day. What do you think, Prop Jock?
Those who
Prop
can
jock.
teach, breach, and those who teach also teach.
Oh.
No!
Oh no! Oh no! He's dead!
Just
No,
looking at that title
shock.
screen brings me right back. After
Ah,
all, Star
yeah.
Fox 64 is one of my favorite games of all time, and you know what? It
It's
still
such a
stands
great
up well
game.
today.
I should play that
Everything about
someday.
It was perfect. The sound
Look at
effects,
it.
the music, the standout and memorable characters, the gameplay, and especially those cheesy one-liners.
You've got an enemy on your tail. Pretty smooth flying, Fox. Do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll.
I'm on your side.
Hey,
You're becoming more like
Estinian.
your father.
Just look
Hey,
at all this,
Estinian,
you
I'm
just
your
stalled a
father.
meltdown. It had great replayability too, the kind some games couldn't even hope to achieve. There were branching paths and objectives you had to fulfill to get to the real final boss. Basically,
And the
pure
100%
gaming bliss.
bonus.
Then,
Uh-huh.
silence. No Star Fox games for nearly 5 years until you guessed it, Star
There
Fox
we
Adventures.
go,
We all saw it in
Stairfax
gaming
Temperatures.
magazines.
Hell
we were all
yeah.
pretty fucking excited for it. Finally, another Star Fox game, and not just any one with sweet, cutting-edge graphics coming out for the GameCube, made by our favorite company, Rareware. This
Hell
is gonna
yeah.
be sweet.
It's gonna be
What could
sick.
go wrong? All the elements were right. All the fucking planets were aligned in favor of this epic rainbow bombshell. Let's finally dive in and see what we've been missing all our lives.
Krajoa Palace.
Well, this is it.
This is
Here
Star
you have it.
Fox?
This is actually the next Star Fox game after Star Fox 64. We start off
Wow,
on a pterodactyl.
amazing.
It's a blue fox girl speaking in you decide what it is.
Is this Avatar? I think this is Avatar. I think this is Avatar.
I've gotta hand it to them. I've really gotta hand it to them. They did it. Rareware trolled the entire planet with one fell swoop. And don't give me that bullshit. This was Nintendo's decision. This
Oh my
was
God.
also Nintendo's decision.
Yeah.
This was also Nintendo's decision. Not to mention, here's another decision by Nintendo.
Funny that we rag on them now, but lightning round. Gunpei Yokoi wanted to make a VR headset that you could that's also mixed reality. You could go outside and watch the little critters, but health and safety regulations were really bullshit at the time, so they had to make this piece of junk. And that was Nintendo's decision.
This was also Nintendo's decision. Not
And that's a really good decision because if they didn't make Rob, then Nintendo couldn't have broken out of the U.S. console market, couldn't have broken into the U.S. console market, and we would have probably been under a Sega-centric. You know what? Yeah, that is Nintendo's decision. That was actually terrible. Sega should have won the console wars. We could have been playing on the Sega Switch too, and it would have been infinitely better. But yeah, that was Nintendo's decision.
to mention, here's another decision by Nintendo.
But yeah, the Wii really good. The Wii is actually good. What am I talking about?
You say no. No, like you're talking to a dog and just peed on your rug. No.
No,
Artistic
bad
integrity
dog.
is important. In fact, it might just be omni-important, okay? I just
Omni
put
important.
in front of
It
that
shouldn't
shit.
have been a
That's how
Star
important it is.
Fox.
Okay, Okay,
It shouldn't have been a Star Fox. It should have stayed Dinosaur Planet.
Can't just book by its cover.
But
That's fucking like stuff on my cat, because I think you're pretty much getting the entire experience right there. So to recap, you start off the game not
Remember
as Fox
cats,
McCloud, but
cats?
as Blue Boobs McFurry Dream, also known as
Blue
Crystal,
Blues
some sort
McFurry
of fox
Dream.
lady that speaks some sort of
Nice.
stupid language they made up. I always find that to sound so foolish,
General
too, whenever they do that in
Scales.
movies or games. I don't know why, it just sounds so stupid.
Moak. Aumdekulak.
Okay, that you say that, but come on now. Am I defending Star Fox Adventures? Even though, like, how old is this video? I'm raging over a nearly 15-year-old video. Yeah, it does turn 15 this year. I'm defending a 15-year-old. I'm talking to a 15-year-old video saying Star Fox Adventures isn't that bad, really. But this is going to be a recurring trend of this should have just been a different game. You'll find out why.
The best part, though, is that every now and then they just say something in English.
General Scales.
I mean, why? That's so stupid. It's just laughably stupid.
It should have been like Galanica Scale or whatever.
That you actually create a language for your game. Why even do that? I don't get what the reason could possibly be,
because it builds on lore, and I'm arguing over a funny video that was 15 years old.
Fucking stupid. Anyways, she gets off the ship and reaches Krazoa Palace.
Krazoa Palace. Jinx.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Place.
Good camera
Up here, there are
angle.
dinosaurs everywhere, all dying and shit. Maybe she should have brought some Tylenol or something. Probably gonna help, You know, for dinosaurs,
Yeah, she probably
on the
should have
verge
brought
of
some
death, they sure give some
Fent.
good tutorials. But you start to notice something a little funny. These controls are just Zelda controls. Instead of mortally wounding a bunch of dinosaurs just to have a tutorial level, they probably should have just had some guy standing around going, "Hey, you ever played Ocarina of Time? All right, should be fine. I'm gonna go play his harpsichord."
Wow. The harpsichord of the ages.
Oh, what's this?
What did she find?
Tits has found something. Oh,
Egg.
man, and she's fucking happy about it. So happy she's looking above it. Oh,
Not
looks like,
even meeting that
eggs.
line of sight.
Oh, cool, not to worry. They're not dinosaur eggs. Looks like everyone's safe. Oh, wait a second, they come from puck birds? Hold up, it's not cool that they're dinosaur eggs, but since they're bird eggs, it's fine?
Aren't birds just dinosaurs, though? I don't think the guys at Rare thought this through.
What kind of fucked up shit is that?
Bro, the fuck is that?
Oh, hey, Jacques, I thought you died.
Oh, he came back.
Man,
Nice.
now this
Jacques
is
came back.
gameplay. You get a barrel,
All right,
you run
barrel.
with said barrel, you throw barrel at given thing, you run back, you get another barrel. Rinse and repeat. Fun fact, distance gets longer each time.
Wow! Puzzle!
You know what my favorite part of Star Fox 64 was? Throwing barrels at the jellyfish from King Jabu Jabu's belly. Pretty much sums up the experience.
Wow, just play
You go even
Zelda.
farther into Krazoa
Just play
Palace,
Zelda.
run through the
Krazoa
fire.
Palace. But what's funny about this is that, again, Dinosaur Planet plays a lot differently. Dinosaur Planet, like the demo that was leaked, it was actually played a bit differently. It actually was more like a Conquer than a Zelda-like. Before Nintendo got their disgusting greasy mitts all over it.
It gives 2 fucks, doesn't even hurt you and your million health, and you get to every fox's greatest fear. A mini game for 6-year-olds.
Oh my god! Follow the cups! Follow the cups.
You know what?
Wow.
You know what I just realized? The Mario Party minigame of this is harder. Yeah, something's wrong there.
Lilat system?
Wait.
It's Star Fox time!
Is that Star
Heck
Fox
yeah.
music I hear? Oh my god, no, is it really happening?
Finally!
Oh god, is that Slippy?
Ugh, what did they do to you?
Oh my god, it was terrible. Oh no, what
Oh,
the
they
fuck
look
is that?
awful. Rare, please.
I guess at least Fox is finally in the game. Maybe the intro
Look
was
at
just
it.
trying to, ease us into this. Perhaps now we'll get to experience the pure, virgin GameCube Star Fox adventure.
Finally.
Oh yeah!
It's time.
Oh yeah! Oh,
It's time for Star Fox!
spaceship.
Yes! Space
Oh, we're going
shooting!
into all range mode. Oh, hell
Yeah,
Nice.
Star
Oh my God,
Fox
tell me to do a barrel
time! Come on, do a barrel roll and Oh.
That was it?
Oh.
Well, that wasn't even as good as the one on the N64. It was just a straight shot, and there wasn't even really any variety. Where are we
Wow.
now? Like, more
And
dinosaurs?
now we're in Dinosaur Palace. Is that the rock biter from Neverending Story? Okay.
Okay, General. But what about a weapon? Why couldn't I bring my blaster?
Yes, Fox. This is a. Hey, Foxhound. Foxhound. This is Colonel Campbell. I mean General Pepper. This is an OSP operation. On Colonel. Cyber Kerman. Skullface. Metal Gear.
Yeah, why couldn't he bring his blaster? I want to use his blaster, you know, like Super Smash Brothers.
Yeah, I
Okay,
love
so I
that
guess
game. My favorite game on the Sega Genesis.
We're gonna walk around and talk to more dinosaurs now.
Yeah, just talk
Instead
about
of using
talk
any
to the
blasters
dinosaurs.
maybe in or around this area.
Yeah, let me murder hobo. I want to be a murder hobo. I want to be a hobo that murders.
Why would someone do this?
Why would someone make an adventure game where you adventure and talk to people?
I'm really human. Well, at least we're playing as Fox now, I guess. But
I
you want
guess.
something, and then you get it, and you're not really sure
guess.
what it is you even wanted in the first place. Yeah, that. Oh yeah, look at that. climb.
Whoa!
It's sexy.
That climbing.
Music.
Look at that! Holy
One
smokes!
thing this game does just ruins everything for me is it uses those stock royalty-free sound effects for like everything. It just takes you right out of the
Literally
game.
just
Why
Doom.
would the mushroom be making the sound that's the sound that the fucking imps make from Doom?
The fireballs.
Oh, hey, check it out. Something. That's more than anything else.
A
we've accomplished
weapon.
thus far.
Nice.
Well, I guess Fox just knows how to use a stick thing, and he's not scared by floating heads. So you go and beat
Yeah, flowing.
for a while,
Ricky
and you beat the race,
Winterborn.
launch off this
That's
cliff,
not Ricky
and
Winterborn. He
it's
doesn't ride a
the
speeder.
longest
Oh no! And he's still going?
And now you got this little dino fuck following you around, and I don't know, he wants blue mushrooms or some shit because he's bored as fuck being in his game. He just wants to get high. Hey, I don't blame him.
That's right.
Haha, mushroom get high. Hey, it's me, Ouija. I do the mushrooms and I get high. I'm such a funny fucking guy.
It was your mother that sent me to find you.
Is she okay?
She'll be just fine.
Oh man, really? No.
She'll be just
I've
fine.
never cared so little about anything in my life. Here, little fella, let me just put this mushroom in your knee so you can get your fix.
Nice.
Here, just come here, Tricky.
put
I
it
just
right
wanna
in the
show you
knee.
something. That's
Yeah, burn!
This is really where the game starts to take a turn for the worse. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was already pretty bad. But at least before, you could go through the game without a baby Triceratops.
And now it's an
stapling you.
escort mech.
That was pretty good before. See, it's all about perspective, this whole life thing. It's like, oh, I got stabbed with a sword, but hey, that guy got stabbed with 2 swords. Man, my life's not so bad.
And that
That's
is
pretty
the
much
2
what
swords.
This whole game is. It's just like, hey, remember when you could play the game that didn't have to feed a baby dinosaur mushrooms? Lol, that was awesome, wasn't it? Why don't you just go back and play that part? Here, I'll clear the save file for you.
Thank you for destroying my memory
I'll
card,
just try to
jerk.
get through this.
Hey, it's Manny from
keep
Ice
going.
Age.
Okay, so Tricky's digging a hole and wait.
Okay,
Wait, what's that?
Ooh, what is that?
A
Bafomdad?
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 What is this? And why is it
Creature?
in my Star Fox game now? No, that it! I can't think anymore! If one more fucking woolly mammoth has anything up to double deck plus I think I'm a flip!
He's lost it.
I'm in a wonderland in Thorntail Hollow. Gotta get past this snoozing dino. Make him do those stock sound effects. Cause who gives a shit? No one's playing this anyway.
I don't know, I might.
Chasing the bugs to buy the things. Cause I was chasing bugs to buy the things in Star Fox. General Scales is the meanest. He throws blue towels, I mean foxes. I meant that she was a fox.
He was so awesome in his he lost the forgotten, and that way they removed him.
But that's not so cool. You can't kick King K. Rool, cause he's mean and he's green. But they did in Donkey Kong Country Returns. They replaced him with wood, hitting mushrooms.
More wooden than this acting. Oh. Just slip into the void.
The beast calls your name. If you do not answer,
Huh?
you fear the truth. You fear truth.
Ugh, I hate that Slippy. It's so gross. Bird.
God has come to reap the sinners.
God has come to reap the sinners.
Rend yourself from what we've seen. There is still time. Escape. But it comes with a price. Your soul, your dignity, your being.
What do I do?
What?
Can I stop playing the game now? Please help me.
Ah! I'm hit!
Oh, of
I
course.
understand now. I have to help myself.
Freedom! Freedom!
What?
Freedom!
Man?
You tried your best, Star Fox Adventures. But I guess your best just wasn't good enough.
Bye-bye. Whoa, what a throw!
They may have screwed it up. This may be canon forever, and they might be the reason there really hasn't been another Star Fox game since. But heck,
There's
as far
a
as
lot
this
more
old
than
internet
that.
So-and-so's concerned, there's really only one Star Fox game that holds true in my heart. That's just fine. Oh, and as for me, well, I think I've got it all sorted out. I'll be here.
God,
just
remember
like I've always
old
been,
YouTube? At least I
just
think
what
this is
I've
old
always
YouTube.
loving me some video games. Nice having y'all. Thanks for stopping by.
You're
See you
welcome,
next time.
Jono.
Oh, and there will be a next time.
What? That's illegal! I'm telling Nintendo. He's playing the Star Fox on a computer. That's illegal.
Shut up, Bird!
Goodbye, Star Fox temperatures. You and your damn Buffom dads. Happy anniversary, John Tron. Happy anniversary. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I hope I live. I hope I live. But yeah. 2011 Jontron. You have no idea how worse it'll get. You have no idea how worse it'll get. How much worse it will get. You have no idea how worse it'll get. I'm looking at you, Star Fox Zero. Maybe I should ask that in the comments. Would you rather play this or Star Fox Zero? And no, unfortunately, Persona 3ing yourself is not an option. All right, next one. Still got 2 hours to kill. There's a lot of lemons. I just realized. Like a lot of lemons. Yeah. It really should have just been Dinosaur Planet. It really should have just been Dinosaur Planet, now that I think about it. Alright. What else? I know that there's that one short that we could watch. You know that this guy looks like the 30, what is it, like 8-hour work week or whatever. Yeah, I can't really think of anything else to watch aside from my bajillion emplemons. Just give me a bit as I vet some stuff. How about some spooky medium? How about something spooky? What? Early CGI is cursed? Oh, absolutely. Creepy. Oh, god damn it. I forgot to do it. I forgot to mute it. Oh, dang it. I forgot to unmute it. Re. Let's watch a defunct land. Let's watch this. Oh yeah, there's another video.
And this week from Fantasyland presenting a tribute to Joel Chandler Harris. Now, here is your host,
Oh?
Walt Disney. For 4 generations,
There he
these
is.
magical tales of Brer Rabbit
It's the
and his
guy.
talking animal friends have delighted the hearts
Talking
of children
animal
of all
friends.
ages and in all parts of the world, and gave the people outside the South their first knowledge of these beloved animal legends told on the plantations by the old Negro storytellers who had been handing them down from generation to generation. Later in the program, we're going to visit Uncle Remus and listen to one of his
Uncle
stories.
Remus.
But first, let's make ourselves acquainted with the truly gentle and modest man who gave us the beloved Uncle Remus stories, Joel
Ooh.
Chandler Harris.
There he is.
Story goes in the Okefenokee, as everybody knows in the
The Okefenokee artichokey.
His little jokey will fool Mr. Fox and Mr. Bear.
Okefenokee artichokey.
Joel Chandler Harris was born in Edenton, Georgia in 1848. His parents were never married, and his father abandoned him shortly after his birth. He was raised by his mother, Mary Ann Harris, in a small cottage owned by the wealthy and generous Dr. Andrew Reed. Mary Ann would work multiple jobs while raising Harris. She would often read him stories of Southern folk heroes, inspiring an interest in literature at a young age. Dr. Reed offered to pay for the young man's tuition, and he sent Harris to the local academy. On top of his illegitimacy, Harris had red hair and a stutter, which would have made him a target of harassment among his classmates.
Red hair
Luckily,
and
Harris
a stutter.
established himself as the class
It's
clown,
over for
earning
him.
the respect of the other boys. He was highly skilled at reading and writing, but he wasn't a great student, leading him to drop out of school in order to find work. In 1861, when Harris was 13 years old, the Civil War broke out. A year later, he was hired by a man named Joseph Addison Turner, the owner of a massive plantation near Edenton. Turner requested that Harris help him print the country's only plantation-centric newspaper, The Countryman. Turner became a father figure for the 14-year-old, further educating him on classic literature and helping him evade the draft.
What a nice
He would
guy.
also allow Harris to publish some of his writings in the paper. During his time at Turner's plantation, Harris would often visit the slaves' quarters. Here, Uncle George Terrell, Old Harbert, and Aunt Chrissy, all African people enslaved by Turner, would tell Harris some of their folk tales. Most of these stories had originated many years earlier in Africa, but had since been passed down and modified. These were often told at night as a means of entertainment and escapism, but more importantly, it was a way to preserve the unique culture and teachings that slaveholders were trying their best to erase. These stories would sometimes teach a lesson or provide an explanation for a natural phenomenon, and they would often employ the use of animals for the roles of the characters. Harris latched onto these stories, and even more so, the storytellers. He felt that he had a connection with the enslaved people because of the hardship he had endured for the way he looked and sounded, despite, in reality, their plights being incomparable in every sense of the word. After the war, Harris would go on to write for several publications. Most notably, in 1876, Harris was hired to write for the Atlanta Constitution. He wrote as an advocate for racial reconciliation and was considered a progressive writer for his region. More notably, Harris began writing a series of short stories for the paper, referred to as the Uncle Remus tales. Harris recounted the stories told to him by the storytellers that he met on Turner's plantation, combining them into the character Uncle Remus, a kind-hearted, exuberant storyteller that told the tales of a trickster rabbit named Brer Rabbit. The African hare was often used as a character in the folklore of the western and southern regions of the continent, and Harris heard versions of many of these tales. He would publish a few of them in books of his own, compiling them into Uncle Remus, His Songs and His Sayings in 1880, and Nights with Uncle Remus in 1883. These would receive national attention, spreading throughout the country and giving Harris notoriety in the late 19th century. Harris would pass away in 1908 at the age of 59. His work would be influential
The ripe
among
old
other writers
age of
at the time, but
59.
His legacy would be controversial. He was accused of appropriating African culture, and his role in preserving the folklore is contentious even today. Perhaps most controversial is the dialect he implemented into his stories, which today reads as stereotypical, offensive, and outdated. Although some historians believe that it could have been historically accurate based off of documents and
It was a
accounts from
style at the time.
However, the controversial nature of his works would not stop a growing California film production company from adapting a few of the Uncle Remus stories into a feature film.
Oh, and who could that be?
Out of the singing heart of the Old South come the timeless tales of Uncle Remus, forever fresh and new, sparkling with enchanting fantasy. This is motion picture storytelling at its best. Here is entertainment.
Are you sure about that?
So heart-lifting, so satisfactual, you'll want to see it again and again. And there is Walt Disney's cartoon fun to give you that zippity-doo-dah feeling.
Walt Disney's Song of the South
zippity-doo-dah.
premiered in Atlanta, Georgia on November 12, 1946.
Song
the
of
film was
the
a passion
South.
project of Disney, who enjoyed the Uncle Remus stories as told by Harris. He had been asking the Harris estate for the film rights since 1939. The film starred Bobby Driscoll as Johnny, a young boy who moves to his grandmother's plantation. His troubles, ranging from his father's absence to local bullies, catch the attention of Uncle Remus, played by James Baskett. It is important to note that in both Harris's Tales and Song of the South, Uncle Remus is not a slave, despite his character being based off of the enslaved people Harris met on the Turnwald plantation. Song of the South does little to clarify this, and it is essentially left up to the audience to interpret whether or not Uncle Remus is a sharecropper. The wise storyteller helps the young boy with his problems by recounting the stories of the Briar Patch, with Brer Rabbit evading the clutches of Brer Fox and Brer Bear. These segments were told through hand-drawn animation, sometimes interacting with the live-action footage. The second hybrid animation in a feature film after 1944's The Three Caballeros. The film is most remembered for these colorful animated sequences and for its signature song, Zippity Doo-Dah.
Zippity
The film's
Doo-Dah.
premiere in Atlanta, Georgia.
And also, the animated segments are only like a 16th of the film. Everything else is live action because screw you.
Was the event of the year, with festivities welcoming Disney and the film's main cast. Due to racial segregation in Georgia, James Baskett was not allowed to attend Song of the South's premiere, a horrible situation that made national news. On top of this, the film was chastised by progressives
That's
and critics
fucked up,
alike,
actually.
with many African.
Imagine not being able to make a premiere because that of the movie that you were a part of, because yeah. Fucked up, man.
American activists pointing out the film's offensive dialect and the glorification of the South and the master-slave relationship. While critics deemed the film boring, they claimed that the live-action segments were too long, and the only moments of true Disney entertainment were during the animated sequences. However, the film was met with glowing reviews in Atlanta, and it proved to be a crowd-pleaser, especially among families. The issues and protests on the film's content would only worsen as the film premiered in the rest of the country, especially in New York and Los Angeles. Walt Disney seemed to anticipate the backlash. At the reception after the film's premiere, Disney reportedly joked that he had to tone down Uncle Remus's dialect despite his claims of historical accuracy. The criticism of the dialect mirrors that of Harris's work, so if nothing else, Disney's adaptation was true to its source material. James Baskett would win an
that it's
honorary
very
Academy
boring.
Award for his
I'm just
performance
kidding.
in Song of the South in 1948. Supposedly,
muffled.
Disney urged the Academy's president
Muffled
to consider Baskett for
ADR.
a special award, since Baskett's acting performance was praised by both audiences and critics. At the time, the film did not have a lasting impact on the Walt Disney brand, positive or negative. 10 years
It was
later
just
in 1956,
there. It
a year after the
existed. It
opening
was one of the
Disneyland,
movies of
the
all
film would be
time.
re-released in theaters for its 10th anniversary. This brought a large marketing campaign for the film. Even 10 years later, the film played well to audiences, and little to no controversy came with its re-release. Despite an entire episode of the Disneyland TV show dedicated to Joel Chandler Harris airing in 1956, the characters from Song of the South were not represented in the parks. Oddly enough, the first time Brer Rabbit, Brer Fox, and Brer Bear would appear in a theme park wouldn't be in Anaheim. It would be right where Harris grew up, and where he first published the Uncle Remus stories.
Oh.
Mr. Fox and Bear are coming down the road.
There they are, those animatronics. Those very basic animatronics.
You see, everybody is chasing everybody, and anybody's chasing anybody. Because the rabbits are running away, and they're running away from the fox, and the fox is running away from the bear.
Six Flags Over Georgia opened on June 16, 1967. The second Six Flags park after Six Flags Over Texas, Six Flags Over Georgia was located just west of Atlanta in Austell, Georgia. Similar to its predecessor, the park was themed after the 6 nations that had ruled over Georgia: Spain, France, the United Kingdom, the United States, the state of Georgia, and the Confederate States of America.
Wow.
Each of these had a dedicated
So those
land.
are Six
In the Confederate
Flags.
section, a dark ride named Tales of the Okefenokee, the Old Plantation Legends, took guests on a slow boat ride through colorful scenes with familiar characters. The ride was named after the Okefenokee Swamp located in southern Georgia. While
Swamp.
the ride did feature a rabbit,
grandma
fox, and a bear,
swamp.
Uncle Remus was not present. It is speculated that Six Flags did not have permission to use the characters from Harris's stories, but decided to get as close as they could. The attraction was originally
They
supposed to be
tried.
housed
Gotta
inside of a
dodge
recreation
copyright
of a southern
somehow.
plantation mansion.
Gotta love
The guests would
international
board the ride
copyright
outside
law.
of the house through Uncle Remus's cabin. This never came to fruition, and the ride was instead housed inside of a plain-looking building. The 1967 version of Tales of the Okefenokee featured small animated figures with simple movement loops. Guests would board their boats and go on a tour of the swamp, seeing scenes of Brer Rabbit attempting to hit Brer Bear with a bat, a group of rabbits following Brer Bear and Brer Fox, and Brer Rabbit with his tar baby. The tar baby,
The tar
which years later
baby.
would become a derogatory racial slur, was a small doll made out of tar in one of the stories told by Harris. This story would also make its way into one of the animated segments of Song of the South. Little is known about this version of Tales of the Okefenokee, and it would be completely redesigned for the 1968 season. Six Flags commissioned puppeteers and television stars Sid and Marty Krofft to redesign the ride. The new ride featured figures that were much larger than the original version, with more colorful critters similar to the Disney version of the Uncle Remus tales. The ride also
Look
had
at
a
him
much clearer
juggle.
storyline. After
Look
guests
at those
boarded the
lips.
ride, they would float down the river into a swamp filled with greenery. They would quickly come upon owls sitting in trees and crows singing a short song.
Welcome, neighbor, welcome to the Okefenokee.
Whoa. Ooh. Wow.
We thought you would never get here. So glad you did. So let's get on our way.
This song had a similar theme to How Do You Do from Song of the South, although this could be a coincidence. After the crow's song,
Yeah.
the boat came up on Mr.
Copyright
Fox,
free,
Mr. Bear, and
whatever
Mr.
that song
Rabbit
was.
fishing off of a worn-down
Copyright
plantation.
free.
Also in this scene was a bullfrog tanning, a raccoon holding a picnic basket, and a turtle sleeping on his back. After
Wow,
this,
look
the
at
boat
them
entered a
chilling.
cave, revealing the animals having formed a band with various objects. There is also an appearance of a Mrs. Rabbit. A group of carrots sing a song of
Ugh, those are fucking freaky. I hate them.
Mr. Fox and Mr. Bear are seen holding a sack with Mr. Rabbit inside. However, in the next scene, the Parliament of Owls can be seen circling above Mr. Fox and Mr. Bear, holding a bedsheet to make it appear as a ghost. Mr. Rabbit escapes as Mr. Fox and Mr. Bear are distracted by the terrifying spirit. Mr. Rabbit's escape is confirmed by a scene of the Happy Rabbit family. Mr. Rabbit is milking a cow, while a few of the younger rabbits have made small, ugly puppets of Mr. Bear and Mr. Fox.
Ugly? You don't look that ugly. They wouldn't be. I mean, surely they can't be more ugly than these fucking carrots. Like, Jesus.
It's of Mr. Bear and Mr.
Complete
Fox.
with
The crows
nightmare.
return to sing another song of warning.
Huh?
We just thought we'd warn you. There's creatures up ahead there are liable to scorn you.
The boat then enters a
Uh-oh.
windy cave, and a blacklit scene of Mr. Fox and Mr. Bear stashing explosive and weapons reveals their next plan, to
Uh-oh.
murder everyone. The two fire
Kill
rifles at the boat as it
everyone?
passes. As the ride vehicle exits the cave, it floats under a fallen tree, with Mr. Bear and Mr. Fox at the top holding red lanterns and yelling,
Beware, beware, go back.
The boat then follows
Go
a
back.
sharp decline, causing a
Uh-oh.
splash. The next scene is even more horrific. A thunderstorm looms above guests as lightning strikes and wind howls. A tree with an evil face falls toward the boat. Owls, less friendly than before, eye the boat from the trees as rattlesnakes swing at the passengers. Closer to the boat,
Uh-oh.
alligators chomp at guests. The boat heads into what looks
Ah,
like brush,
danger.
but it is quickly revealed
Danger.
to be the briar patch, alleviating the tension as guests
Ooh.
pass by a scene of the
briar
rabbit family at
patch.
Christmas, slicing into a large roasted carrot. The children are singing a unique carol.
Okefenokee is an old hokey pokey. Okefenokee is a pride and joy of the dear old South. Black-eyed peas and shut my mouth.
The boat exits the briar patch
Nice.
to clear skies and Mr. Fox and Mr.
How
Bear in the
catchy.
swamp, covered in frogs.
Well,
the final
aside
scene
from
shows
the other
Mr. Rabbit
song.
hanging a hornet's nest on a pole over Mr. Fox and Mr. Bear, who are running from the swarm. The rest of the family
Uh-oh.
and the other animals are having a carnival, and everyone sings the Okefenokee's national anthem.
Okefenokee is an old hokey pokey, but don't let that fool you. There's a lot she can school you.
The final character is Mrs. Rabbit, who exclaims,
Bye now. Y'all hurry back, you hear?
The
Y'all
boat
come
enters a
back now,
diamond
you
mine
hear?
and exits the ride. The updated version of the ride was impressive and elaborate. The settings were dense, and the storytelling techniques implemented
so
in the ride
dense.
rivaled those found at Disneyland. The attraction became a favorite among
Insane.
guests at the park, especially among those that preferred tamer rides. The ride was also a favorite among teenagers looking for a dark, secluded place to revisit the classic tales of Joel Chandler Harris.
Yeah.
Tales of the
Is that what they're calling it? Is that what they're calling it? Is that what they're calling it? Is that what they're calling it?
He also
Sure.
brought Sid and Marty Krofft into the world of theme parks.
Just like the
When two
Garfield
opened their own
ride.
indoor amusement park, the world of
Mid-ride
Sidney Croft, in Atlanta,
beach,
Georgia, less than a decade after
real
working on
and
Tales
true.
of the Okefenokee. Unfortunately, the second version of Tales of the Okefenokee would only last 13 seasons at Six Flags Over Georgia, closing at the end of the 1980 season. The crude animated figures had a short lifespan, and the ride quickly deteriorated, with fewer and fewer effects operating. Some of the figures, such as a few of the singing carrots, were removed completely. The humidity that
Thank
accumulated
God.
in the show building was taking a toll on the ride's murals and the fur of the figures. And guests jumping off of the slow-moving boats would often steal things such as the clothes of the characters and, in one instance, the rabbit's marionette of Brer Bear. The audio department for the entire park was located right behind the walls of the Christmas scene,
vandals.
which had a very short audio loop on the Rabbit family's Christmas song. Supposedly, this drove the audio technicians crazy, and they eventually just turned off the song, leaving that section of the ride silent. Perhaps the biggest reason for the
Thank
attraction's
God.
downfall was a fire in its last season of operation.
No!
One of the singing carrots went up in flames due to an interior coil rapidly
It's
heating
always
after
the
data
frickin'
machinery inside got
carrots.
stuck. This
Ill
destroyed the entirety of
omens
the
surrounding
singing
those
carrot scene, and
carrots.
the flames
Good
encroached on the
Lord.
surrounding scenes as well before it could be put out by park employees. In order to fill the space left by the fire, singing watermelons from the end of the ride were moved to the beginning, but this was merely a quick fix. The fire was the final nail in the coffin for the ride, and Six Flags made plans to replace it in the off-season in late 1980 and early 1981.
Nah,
In
those
order to
carrots,
do this,
they're
they
done.
commissioned the Lark Amusement Ride Design
They're
Company
done.
and former Imagineers Gary Goddard and
That's it, you're
Albertino
done.
to completely redesign the ride. The only thing that would remain was the track and water systems. The rest would be completely destroyed. The figures were ripped from their place, mangled, and placed in the garbage. A few of the murals were given to a local theater company, and the neon lighting effect from the storm scene was planned to be reused in the new ride, but construction crews accidentally broke it during the conversion.
God
The
damn
ride
it.
building was
This
bulldozed,
place is
and Tales
cursed.
of the Okefenokee was completely leveled, with only a few elements of the track layout and ground floor remaining. The construction crew worked throughout the off-season to create the ride's replacement, to be named the Monster Plantation. Incredibly, they were able
Monster
to complete the ride
Plantation.
before Six Flags Over Georgia's
Monsters.
1981 operating season. The new ride took guests on a boat ride through a southern plantation house filled with animatronics of monsters, some friendly and some scary. The ride would last until the end of the
Spooky.
2008 operating season, ending its 28-year run at the park. Goddard would be brought back to revamp
Rest
the
in
ride,
peace.
which would remain similar to the Monster Plantation, but with almost every element modernized. The new version of the ride opened in May of 2009, renamed the Monster House. While Tales of the
Monster
Okefenokee
House.
no longer entertains
No
guests
relation
today,
to the movie.
a ride with a very similar concept does, one that a majority of Americans are familiar with.
Mount
On
Splashmore?
October 1st, 1971, the Magic Kingdom in the Walt Disney World Resort opened its gates to guests. An original attraction in the new
Cool.
park was the Mickey Mouse Revue, an animatronic show featuring numerous animatronic characters from popular Disney animations singing classic songs from their films. Included was a rendition of Zippity Doo-Dah sung by Brer Fox, Brer Bear, and Brer Rabbit.
There they
This would
are,
be
the
first
old
prominent
games
appearance
back
of the
in
characters
town.
the parks. The very next year, Song of the South was re-released in theaters. This theatrical campaign shifted the focus of the film from the live-action storyline to the cartoon characters.
And that is a bad thing. Remember what I said about how the animation was only like a sixth of the movie? Well,
Prominently featuring Brer Fox, Brer Bear, and Brer Rabbit in marketing material. The film would be re-released again in 1973 as part of the 50th anniversary of Walt Disney Animation. The film would receive another re-release in 1980, this time to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Joel Chandler Harris's publishing of the Uncle Remus stories. In 1986, Song of the South would be re-released once again for its 40th anniversary. This theatrical run was surprisingly successful for box office revenue, but the film was not aging well at all. More critics than ever were pointing to the film's problematic elements, and the dialect used by Uncle Remus no longer sparked debate of historical accuracy. Instead, it was simply deemed one of the many racist elements of what was quickly becoming Disney's most controversial film. However, even the toughest critic at the time couldn't help but praise the film's animated sequences, which were just as fun and bright as when they were released 40 years prior. Despite the film as a whole being shrouded in controversy, the Critters of the Briar Patch were as popular as ever, and the film's award-winning song, Zippity Doo-Dah, was considered the Walt Disney Company's national anthem. This was all great news for Walt Disney Imagineering, as they had been developing an attraction for Disneyland based off of the film's cartoon segments throughout the mid-80s. The attraction, to be named Zippity River Run, was to open in 1989. Disney's CEO at the time, a man named Michael Eisner,
Oh my
suggested
God,
such thing
him!
that the Imagineers changed the name from Zippity River Run to Splash
Of course
Mountain
it's
in order
him.
to
Of
promote
course
the
it's
company's
goddamn Michael
1984
Eisner.
surprise hit Splash, starring Tom Hanks. He reportedly also suggested they add a character from the film into the ride, which the Imagineers luckily pushed back against, but the name change remained. Splash Mountain opened on July 17th in 1989 in Disneyland Park in Anaheim, California. The ride contained no reference of the live-action portions of the film. A few notable differences between the film and the ride are Brer Frog taking the place of Uncle Remus as the narrator, and the replacement of the Tar Baby scene with a scene of Brer Fox trapping Brer Rabbit in a beehive. The ride was not marketed as a nostalgic trip through Disney's once classic and now infamous film, Song of the South. It was
It's just its own thing.
High-octane, intense thrill ride. Interestingly,
Its
this was
own
not an attempt to
thing.
distance the ride from the controversial film. It was instead due to Eisner's desperate attempts to attract a young adult crowd to the parks, mostly his son Breck, who he used to measure how tubular any given ride was.
Tubular, gnarly, bodacious, bro. I mean, this is the Quack Pack era we're talking about. Was it? I'm pretty sure it was.
This resulted in a very bizarre marketing campaign for Splash Mountain, especially in retrospect.
Bingo. I was told that we could be the first to ride Splash Mountain, and we're ready to go.
Yeah, look how 80s that fashion is. Whoa. Wait, what the? Is this Men at Work? I think this might be Men at Work. My thoughts exactly, chat member. I think I had a VHS of this. I have no idea where it is, and frankly, I'm glad
Two more
it's
Splash
gone.
Mountains would open in the Magic Kingdom in Walt Disney World and in Tokyo Disneyland in 1992. This would be the last significant Song of the South related work to be released by Disney. The characters still appear in the parks and will make an occasional cameo with other classic Disney characters. And Disney will never turn down a reason to play Zippity Doodah. But other than that, Song of the South has been purposefully underutilized by the company. The film has not been released in the United States since its 1986 theatrical re-release. The only home video the film has seen have been from a few international distributors. The most recent statement from Disney has been from CEO Bob Iger himself, who stated that the film is, quote, antiquated and fairly offensive, indicating that a home video release would not come anytime soon.
Cowards.
Many critics and public figures have taken sides on the issue of whether Disney should release Song of the South. Some believe that Disney should release the film as an educational tool, providing supplementary materials explaining the shortcomings and problematic parts of the film. Some claim that it is best to forget the film entirely. Others claim that the actual film is not nearly as bad as some believe, and Disney's refusal to release it only worsens the public's perception of it.
That is also
Despite
true.
the lack of home video releases, a few copies of the film have found their way to the internet and are sometimes available for viewing. A conclusion as to just how offensive, racist, or problematic the film or Harris's work might be will certainly never be reached, and Disney may never release the film in any way. But with the available copies and plethora of literature on both sides of the argument, educating oneself is not difficult and should be encouraged, especially for those that are fans of Splash Mountain. The ride is now one of the most
style at the
recognizable theme park
time.
rides of all time, with all three versions continuing to entertain adults and children alike. But those that visited Six Flags Over Georgia in its first decade of operation might notice something a bit too familiar in the Disney log flume. Tales of the Okefenokee might not have had a 50-foot drop, advanced audio animatronics, or the elaborate sculpting work that Splash Mountain did.
But it didn't have those disgusting fucking carrots that will give people nightmares.
Similarities between the two attractions are almost too many to count. Some of Splash Mountain's elements are so similar to those of Tales of the Okefenokee that one might even think that the Disney attraction took inspiration from the Six Flags ride. Splash Mountain was the brainchild of Imagineer and Disney legend Tony Baxter. Baxter came up with the idea for the ride in 1983 while stuck in traffic. He was attempting to solve three issues at once: the lack of attractions in Disneyland's Bear Country, Disneyland President Dick Nunes' wish to have a log flume in the park, and the need for a new home for the America Sings animatronics after the attraction's inevitable closure. The solution to all three of these problems was Splash Mountain.
3 birds with one stone. Holy shit, that's a lot of birds.
Georgia and ridden Tales of the Okefenokee.
Holy shit, that's a lot of birds.
Actually had the opportunity to ask Baxter if he had ever ridden the Six Flags ride. Reportedly, Baxter lit up at the mention of the little-known ride and confirmed that he had in fact been on Tales of the Okefenokee. It is pretty remarkable that a forgotten ride at the small Six Flags Over Georgia could have influenced one of the best theme park rides of all time.
Wow.
And so our villain's little plot.
And now it's a Princess and the Frog ride. This is Song of the South erasure. But yeah, if you want my stance on the whole thing, preservation is super important, even if it's for things, even Warner Bros. It's preferable to just have a, guys, we may have done some bad things. We may have done some kind of dodgy things in the past, but that was the past. Things were different back then. It's not okay now. I'd rather have a sign saying that what we did was wrong back then, and it was not okay then. It's not okay now. Personally, I don't believe that, but you know what? If they have to put that it's better that they put that sign out and say and have it in its entirety than to just, bury it and unperson it. It's a learning experience. But regardless, nothing screams romance like kissing in a dark room filled with robot rabbits. And again, getting a BJ with a bunch of, carrots. With woman-faced carrots. In the early 2000s, I was waiting in line for a Splash Mountain with my family, and I suddenly realized that I had no idea what it had to do with Disney. So I asked my dad, "What movie is this from?" Completely unprompted, a nearby worker butt in and told me there is no movie. Once we'd shuffle away a little, my dad leaned over and whispered that it absolutely does. There is no movie of Bossing Say. Those carrots are awful, but they must have been absolutely horrifying to see engulfed in flames. I don't even want to imagine that. Oh, those teenagers and their unwavering interests in the work of Joel Chandler Harris. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah. And it's incredible that we have footage and audio of the Six Flags ride, considering how old it is. By the name of Michael Eisner. Wow. But yeah. I know you're watching, Mr. Disney CEO. Re-release Song of the South on Disney Plus and leave it unedited, you fucking cowards. It's okay. I'm a coward too. All right, I got one more in me. And guess what? It's going to be a Jono. Good old Jono. You know, it'd be really funny if I watched the previous video. You know what I'm saying? JonTron. Oh, hey, 3D Dark Game Heroes. Holy shit, that is an ancient phone. That's an ancient iPhone. Nice. Oh, hey,
Hello?
there's Rockington.
John, where are you?
I'm putting this episode off.
You need to sack up and come review this game.
Sack up.
But I'm not hiding, though.
Is Jock gonna have to choke a bitch?
Is Wayne breeding?
Think he bought it, Rockington.
I want a Rockington. Oh, shoot! Jacques!
Whoa, no, I was reviewing the game the whole time. Look! John, that doesn't go in there, you silly bitch!
3D Dot Game Heroes. Such a great... Maybe I will play that game in the future because it's got the funny Scott the Woz song. You know the one. You're right.
You're right, Jock. This has to be done.
Oh?
Bubsy. Bubsy was a Bobcat tune, I guess.
Ooh.
The video game company Accolade tried to push as their mascot of sorts. You know, someone to rival the likes of Mario and Sonic. You did a good job here, guys.
Yeah, sure.
And you put him in a shirt.
It's not a cat, though. Bubsy's not a cat, though. He's not just a cat. He's a bobcat.
Bam! Bubsy.
It's Bubsy!
Bubsy. Claws encounters of the furred kind.
Wow, that's a name. That's awesome.
Jeez, I just don't really want to do this, but yeah, you know, contracts and the sort.
Contracts and the need for bread. Ew! 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 That's okay, a 4x3 Oh, it's on a plasma screen. Why? What am I?
What could possibly go wrong?
I don't know.
What could possibly
You're
go
pretty safe
wrong?
With a chapter 1 called Cheese Wheels of Doom. So I'm willing to wager that everything could go wrong. The first thing you'll notice is that this game is a little something I like to call a float game.
Float
everything's
game?
floaty.
Oh.
Bubsy. In fact, that's one of his main moves. I find
You
it a
can
bit curious
float.
that they designed
They
a
all
Bobcat
float
to
down
have
here,
two
Bubsy.
abilities, jump and float.
Yeah.
What kind of character design is this?
Yeah. What kind of bobcat floats?
It'd be cool if he was like, a flying squirrel or a bat even. Then I'd have reason to feel
A kamikaze squirrel, if you will.
justified in gliding. I mean, when's the last time you were hiking and a freaking bobcat just came floating by? It didn't happen. It's because it can't happen. I know some of you might call that nitpicking, but look how stupid it looks. It's a pantsless cat with a white exclamation t-shirt fucking floating around like Mary Poppins in a hurricane. The background is really
Look at him
disorienting.
go.
Just watch. When
Look
you
at
jump
those
up high, it just
parallax.
sort of stays put and all the platforms around you completely vanish. And it gives you a
Look
pretty
at that
poor idea of where you
parallax
reside
scrolling.
spatially. Also,
Look at that parallax. Holy smokies. That's impressive for the Super Nintendo. The Super SNES.
every single button jumps. That's a pretty good allocation of your
Oh,
brain.
what's that controller?
Oh, is that a save
Ew.
point? Let's go check it out.
Oh, it was the...
Am I stupid? I really thought that was a save point.
Like, seriously?
It was quite the opposite of a save point. It was death.
Seriously, doesn't that look like a midway save point to you? No, whatever. You're right.
Kinda.
I forgot. Gumball machines are the cause of 200,000 deaths a year. It's serious.
It's
Everything's
super
just really
serious.
shoddy. The hit detection is weird. The jumps are hard to make. And what killed me here?
Yeah,
I mean,
what-
as you can see,
what
there is
the-
a giant space in between me and Steve Martin Jr. here.
What is that hitbox,
It
my
feels
guy?
like they wanted to make something like Sonic the Hedgehog here, but the levels are built like it's Mario. He's got some sort of ice moment. If you
Look at
start
him go
running,
so
he'll build up ridiculous speed, but since you die in one hit, your adventure's bound to end in seconds. It's like
I
they
bet
didn't
this
want you
is
to
a
have fun
pretty
with
good
this
speed
wanted you
game
to
if
feel
you
like 4
adjust to the crap factor, of course. And of course, he has...
4-year-old who just ran out into an ice rink wearing a frictionless feet.
Frictionless feet.
Oh, what's going on here, Bubsy? You feeling all right? I melted? Was that falling damage?
No, John, you got hit. No, I think you got...
Oh, what's going on
No,
here,
it
Bubsy? You
was
feeling
falling
all right?
damage.
I
Okay, it's
melted?
not falling damage.
Was that falling damage? They put falling damage in their motherfucking 2D platform game?
Nice. That's really cool. Falling damage in a platformer. That's like a joke. JonTron quits. Falling damage in a platformer. There are things no man should have to see. Nice tits, by the way, said a melancholic JonTron. Born to privilege, he died a pariah. Pakistan faces new suspicion.
It's optional, but you can take these alternative paths that spice up the gameplay a bit. So let's see where this one takes us.
Oh no, I'm falling! Oh. Wow. Sucker. You can't suck on that big lollipop. Many people say. They're cowards.
What? It took me to the beginning of the level. Who cares? I don't care. I don't even care.
I'd care immensely.
This game wouldn't even be
Yeah,
so
me too.
bad if they slowed down the pace a bit and zoomed the screen out. Everything's too close up. Before you know it, you get pelted with something you didn't even have a chance to react to. You never know what to expect next. You just gotta kind of carefully inch along to beat this game, and hey, that's just no fun.
Gotta be real careful.
No, look!
Yep,
There
actual
is
falling damage.
in this game. I'm not crazy. You can't put falling damage in a freaking platformer. That's like putting gravy on Skittles. All right, let's go with this level.
I don't
Just
wanna
gotta
even
get a
imagine.
little-
Oh, kidnapped.
In a car.
He got kidnapped.
No, I don't really. That's the way we wash our hands. La, 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 la.
I'll take your hit, Bubsy. I see what you're saying to me. Don't you worry. We're on the same level.
Yeah, fuck this game.
Let's
Ugh.
try Bubsy 2. Maybe this one's a little better.
Oh!
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go right?
3! Bubsy fucking 2!
Bubsy 2.
Oh, and don't expect those amazing puns to stop anytime soon. If anything, it speeds up from here.
I love puns though.
I am a trained professional.
Professional. Yeah, look.
I'm not exactly
What is this
sure
penis
what's happening here on the
music?
intro screen, but I do know Bubsy
Also, perfect integer scale. Gross.
turns around and is like, "What the fuck is this shit?"
Get a lot of these
Apparently, though, he
jerks.
likes it. So I can choose between one player, Grand Tour, whatever that is, and play for points.
Play for
play
points.
for points. Gotta get that gamer score up and post it to SNES Live, yo.
Heck yeah.
Gatorade me, bitch.
Oh, this fucking episode. You know what's really funny about this episode of Breaking Bad? At least I think. This is the fly, right? Yeah. It's considered. Was this fly? I think it might be Fly, which is considered to be the worst episode of Breaking Bad. Many people say it's not even that bad. It's just bad by Breaking Bad standards. It's filler. It's the lowest rated Breaking Bad episode, and even then, it's still like an 8.0. Even then, it's really good. That's how amazing Breaking Bad is. I really need to finish Breaking Bad so I can finally watch Better Call Saul. And I also heard that Plurbius isn't as good, but come on. This is the same guy that did Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. He peaked with those. Pluribus was just okay. Then again, I haven't seen Pluribus.
Was the ending of Bubsy 1 that fantastical? Did some
Wow.
plot development end up causing the Bubsy universe to become a 1984-esque dystopian future? Well, clearly one thing's for sure. I gotta pick from West Wing and East Wing. Never
Which
mind
wing?
Bubsy 1 and Bubsy 2 over here, you know, whoever they are. So it would appear the Bubsies
The
in this
bubs-
weird
the
place, gotta go to
bubblings,
all these places and
the
beat levels, but
shitlings.
Don't worry, it's all very well explained. Well, this time
Very-
around, at least we got more buttons to work with. You can jump, glide, and use an item. Now, by far, the best feature in this game is whenever Bubsy dies, he'll say the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Like what? Oh.
I'll be back. Oh, nuts. Oh, keep it up. Just keep it up.
He'll make some quote from a famous movie
that's
or
not that
something.
bad.
Although dissimilar to the likes of Duke Nukem, when Bubsy makes these references, it's not endearing. It's just annoying.
Is the writer's strike over yet?
Apparently not, Bubsy. Apparently not.
SAG-AFTRA.
Wow, they should have called this game Drugsy.
Drugsy.
I mean,
Drugs
wow.
so funny.
Looks like it's on drugs.
So funny.
What's going on in this
Drugs so
picture?
funny.
It's like some Salvador
Yo.
Dali shit. You got pig statues and bouncing pigs and pig lady. What is this? What is Pig World? Oh,
It's
okay.
Pig-
It's Hamelot.
Oh, it is Pig World.
It's Hamelot. Good one, Bubsy. Hey, want to be a cast member on Saturday Night Live? I know you'll make the most of it. I'm leaving you, Bubsy. It's just like they
Lots
drew
of
up
cat
about 200
puns.
assets and dumped them all into this world with no cohesiveness whatsoever. I mean, I guess it seems like they're really trying here, but my god, it's a clusterfuck to the eyes. I can't play this. It's like a fever dream. Why is he doing that? Why is he doing that for? What is the,
Yeah,
what is the
what
reason
is he
for
doing?
This? It's hard to explain, but you don't get the same kind of environmental feedback like you would in Donkey Kong. Bubsy doesn't have much weight or feel like he's really there, so it's hard to play and control. You would have to be really young to get any enjoyment out of this.
And by young, I mean a literal fetus.
I mean, Bubsy 2 is marginally better than Bubsy 1, but it's honestly only because of the better art design. Okay, this whole situation's starting to make me vomit
it's
my
so
mouth
crazy.
a bit, so let's graduate to our final stop on this journey.
Oh boy, here we go.
You think you want this now, but
I do want it.
me,
I do want it. Yeah, I do. I want it.
Bubsy 3D for the PlayStation 1. Apparently, it's winner of the Gold X Award.
Wow!
Sleeper hits a 96.
The Gold X
quote from
Award?
The guy who made Bubsy 3D. Run, jump, swim, and fly anywhere. Get your paws on a mess of atoms for extra lives? Okay, hold the phone. Having 1-ups in your game is not a selling point, let alone a bullet on the back of the box. I mean, you can just tell they were really stretching to say even one good thing about this game. Play cat and mouse in a unique 2-player mode. Yeah, okay.
Huh, really?
Hey, this game's from the good old days where the game manual is actually the cover of the jewel case.
Nice!
And by good old days, I mean, good lord, is it hard to get this thing out. It's got these 2 little bumps here that keep it from slipping out and 4 pins holding it in place. There's really no
I didn't even realize
Not like
those
you're gonna
2
need instructions
pins.
on how to play Bubsy 3D. An instruction manual on better game selection might be more useful to you at this point.
That is true.
I don't want to do this. I'm
I
just letting
want,
you know.
well, I want you to do
This is
it,
a
past John.
idea.
Or it could be the best idea.
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly
Whoa,
go wrong?
Hey, whoa now.
Whoa,
I think
the
we know
budget.
where all the budget went. So, as it would seem, the bad guys in Bubsy 3D are the sneezing enemies from the first game. I like how that's actually what they went with. As if they were like, nope, they were the first enemies in the first one, that's it. They have to be the main enemy. We can't come up with anything better than this. Than fucking this! Dude,
Yeah,
Petal
just-
Shigeru Miyamoto's
yeah.
like the Goombas that the first enemy
Evil
in the first game.
Goom.
But that's it. Main villain.
Yeah, it's just Goomba Prime now. It's just Goomba Prime. That's evil Miyamoto. That's evil Miyamoto. Bowser? Pff, nah. Just make it Goomba Prime. Sure.
5 stars, 8+, 4 stars. Man,
Wow.
if these are
All the
cutscene
stars,
graphics,
Mr. Medicare.
I don't know that I want to see the real game. Bubsy is 3D in Forbidden Planet.
Wow.
talent.
Amazing. Speaking of
Well,
amazing.
There you have it. Bubsy 3D.
Holy
Now,
shit.
this is truly
Look at
art
this.
right here. Yeah, you are looking at fine art. Where do we
Look
even
at
begin
this.
with
It's
Bubsy 3D's
beautiful.
controls can't
Pause.
even be categorized as bad.
Very funny.
They're closer to unfinished. It's nonsensical how you move in this game, and it goes beyond every gaming convention. It's hard to
How
explain, but
so?
you can't run around freely like in Mario 64. You can only go straight forward and straight back. To turn, you literally have to move your trajectory left and right and then
Oh,
go
it's
forward when you get
tank
the direction you wanna go.
controls.
In turn, this makes Bubsy 3D feel more like a freaking strategy game than a platformer. And, oh, don't you forget, this game wants you to know that this is the true essence of a platformer.
A platformer?
Platform game be without platforms.
Now, if you just take a nice look at these platforms.
Whoa.
Yep,
Look at those platforms. Those some platform ass
a
platforms.
non-colored, non-polygonal, non-textured platform.
Wow.
Bubsy 3D! Literally a platform!
Literally a platformer.
God! Oh God!
Look
Who
at
looked
it.
At this and thought it was okay.
Oh
This
my
is what the alpha
God.
version .001 of a game should look like, not the finished product. Now it is true that Mario 64
Man, Accolade just
revolutionized 3D
pushed it out
platformers
the
and
door.
changed the way we expect them to function. But Mario 64 came out on June 23rd, 1996, whereas this game came out October 31st, 1996. That's about 3 months later. And if you're blaming the PlayStation 1's 32-bit limitations, just take a look at Crash Bandicoot, still before Bubsy 3D.
And also restricted to 2 planes of movement. You're either going in and out and in. You're either going in and out, or out and in, or left to right, or right to left. Not much in the... Not too much 3D going on. Not full 3D, it's still sort of like 2.5D. It's in that weird in
On
between.
August 31st, 1996.
Here I go again.
So let's talk about...
Oh, here I go again, defending bad games. And also, Bubsy 3D was had the same development time as Mario 64, so it's easily more forgivable. It's much more forgivable that this game has tank controls. Not so sure about the actual, rest of the design, because look at this shit. Again, this looks like a pre-alpha. I still blame Accolade for all that, though.
jumping. When you jump, and this is every time you jump,
Every
for some reason
time.
the camera pans down at the ground. I suppose to help you see where you're gonna land, but after a while it just kind of gets nauseating and obstructs
Yeah, it
your
gets
view.
really
There were just
disorienting.
so many poor design choices here that it's impossible to count them all off the top of my head. And oh, don't lose any sleep. Bubsy still says things.
Oh, boy.
Does he ever still say things?
Oh, look! An arrow!
Whoa.
Aren't these game designers wonderful?
This is just modern this is just modern gaming. Oh my fucking god, what if this is the first Focus M style game? Oh my god, that's horrifying.
Now, how truly ironic. A game designer's job, in most cases, is to create a living world that ceases to be fake in the mind of the player. I mean, think about it. Even if the game constantly breaks the fourth wall, like in Duke Nukem or Monkey Island, the world
Hey,
is still
Monkey
believable.
Island.
Your suspension of belief kicks in, and your mind allows you to meld with the game environment as if you were actually there. When a
Wow.
game like Bubsy
But it's
3D
funny.
makes self-referential humor, it
But
just
Bubsy's
seems
not
foolish.
funny.
Having the designers of this game refer to themselves as designers, something just feels wrong about it. Game theory time!
Game
Well, you know.
theory.
I mean, look at the walls and the ground. It's about as basic as you can get for polygonal gaming. Bubsy himself is the best looking model in the game, and even he has only like 5 frames per animation. I suppose what your
Ugh.
goal in this game is to find the 32 missing pieces of your escape rocket or something. There's 16 levels in this game, so I suppose that would be 2 rocket pieces per level. The game actually
Wow.
comes with a little map of the first 3 levels. Ha!
Wow,
Here, it
look
looks
at
like
that.
Sonic 3D Blast. Almost makes you feel a little bad. Someone put their heart and soul into this game, and maybe it was really the best they could do. I mean,
Was
they
it,
even
though?
named different areas and gave the levels clever little names like Claws for Alarm and Claustrophobic and Catatonic Catastrophe.
Ha.
Let me rephrase that. I feel bad for me.
I don't know.
You
I
think
kind of
I'm
like those puns.
skipping you
Okay,
here
maybe
or
no.
something?
Okay, actually
no.
Those
This
puns kind of
is all
suck.
there is to show. There's nothing
That's
more.
it.
You just walk around this place and grab atoms. That's
That's it.
And it's
Wow,
hard
they
to even grab 'em. The hit
predicted
detection
modern
is so
gaming.
precise.
There's
I mean,
so
if you
many
can't even get the coins
modern
in your
gaming.
game, right? I mean, you want it to be gratifying. You want it to be like, yeah, coin!
Yeah, coins!
You
I
don't
love
want it to be like,
coins. Give me the
hi,
coins.
Yes,
I
excuse
want
me.
the coins.
Sorry, I just trying to grab that coin. Jeff
Yeah, just-
Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum.
Wait,
Oh.
what? Turns out if you leave your controller idle for too long, Bubsy starts messing around with your TV settings.
That's
No,
kind of
look,
funny.
Seriously, look.
That's kind of
That's
funny.
it. That's the best thing.
But it really doesn't work unless you have like a 4x3 TV.
That's the best thing in the
It
whole
doesn't
game.
seem-
He's
it
just he's
seems
fucking with my TV. Good. I think you know.
Very
Admit
funny.
it or not, you just have to know that you failed at making your game when the player has a hard time walking from point A to point B. Now, no distractions, no obstacles, just walking. in a
Nothing, just
straight
walking,
line.
barely
Watch
any
the fuck
enemies.
out, citizens of Bubsy Land. Captain Bubsy's drunk as shit again and heavily armed with puns. You know, Doc, you didn't have to do
How
all that, play all
dangerous.
those games. You know, Rockington agrees with me. Okay, you can be a bit of a type A personality sometimes. And
Type A personality?
I don't care. I'm gonna
What is
say
that?
it. I'm gonna speak the truth.
What? What are you gonna say?
I didn't mean it.
Cause you had a bad
Aww. He didn't mean it. John doesn't know how to end videos. Don't we all, Mr. Jono? It do be like that, Mr. Jono. You did this, John. You did this. This is all your fault. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, that's right. Bubsy has 2 fucking sequels. That's right. Bubsy returns the Woolly Strike Back, and now Bubsy 40. And funnily enough, Bubsy 40 actually looks and plays pretty well because I think it was actually made by people that make Sonic fan games. It's made by people who make Sonic fan games, which is really cool, actually. It's actually cool that's actually pretty cool. And yeah, did I mention there's a Bubsy remaster that actually gives it proper analog camera controls? Which means Bubsy 3D is now actually playable. Would you actually want to play it? Probably. But yeah, Bubsy 3D is still kind of shit, but considering the dev team didn't have a lot of time to deal with executive meddling, them not knowing that Mario 64 is a thing. In fact, Mario 64 was in parallel development. Mario 64 was in parallel development. So they didn't even, it's one of those games that 3D games that didn't really get 3D movement right. And yeah, comparing this to Cash Banuka and Mario 64, it's a little unfair because, again, yeah, parallel development. They didn't know. But yeah, Bubsy is back. Not only did they see the review and not only re-released it, not even released it, they also made an entirely new sequel. That's fucking insane. You gotta remember, a lot of old school mascot platformers, most of them are dead. And this, I need a good representation of the Bobcat, the Robert Cat. This motherfucker gets to live with 2 sequels and a remastered, fixed remaster. Yeah. What's that line in the Malcolm in the Middle title? That's right. Life is not fair. Whose mascot was Bubsy? Accolades. Accolades, apparently. But yeah, if you want a rundown of all the mascots, you got Nintendo with Mario, Sega with Sonic, Bandai Namco with Pac-Man, Capcom with Mega Man. And I'm talking like mascots that are for all ages, and I'm not talking like actually Bandai Namco's Sony had Crash. They had Crash and Spyro. Sony had Crash and Spyro. I'm trying to think. Oh, Rare had Banjo-Kazooie. There was also Donkey Kong. Nintendo also has Donkey Kong. Insomniac had Ratchet and Clank. Well, Sony and Naughty Dog had Crash. Sony's new mascot's actually Astrobot. Media Molecule had Sackboy. Sucker Punch had Sly Cooper. It's the classic picture. Like, hold on, let me get it. Oh yeah, and HAL Laboratories has HAL Laboratories slash Sora has Kirby. Oh yeah, Bamco also has Klonoa. Bandai Namco also has Klonoa. And Taito has the Bubble Bobble Dragons. They also have Bubble Bobble Dragons. Yeah, that's been a meme. That's been a meme. The state of mascot platformer mascots. Microsoft had nothing. Maybe Cortana. Well, it was supposed to be Mr. Halo, Mr. Chief. Or what fucking Blinks? What else you got? Blinks. What else you got? Blinks. All right. All right. So that's reactions in the books, actually. That's reactions in the books. So I'm going to take another break. When I come back, I'm actually going to be talking about some New Year's stuff. I know I was supposed to do that before Slop, but I wanted to get the Slop done before that. So yeah, I'll be right back. always have to let the critter cross. Always have to let the critter cross. Ah, yes. All right. Reflection time. So let's see if okay, let's see my goals from last year. If this is last year's goals, not this year. These are last year's goals, not this year. So, yeah, let's check last year's goals. So, yep. Still alive. I'm still alive, thankfully. Or, bad. That may be a bad thing, depending on who you are. Depending on who you are, that may be a bad thing. So yeah, I'm just gonna put a check mark on that. Survive lol. I've re-debuted. I am no longer Saikimoto Knight. I mean, I still go by Saikimoto Knight, but I am Blue Sharks now. I am Blue Sharks now, so I'm doing good on that. Double partner. No, I did not get double partner. What was my old model? Actually, it was this. This was my old look. Technically, my old model was a lot different, like vastly different, and I do mean vastly different. I mean, this look is gonna be from many moons ago. This is gonna be from many moons ago. Let me just hide. Let me just. Yeah, this look is much better. Let me just change a bit real quick. Let me show you my old look. The one I used for so long. The one I used for a while. The one I used for quite a while. And I'm honestly not proud of. Look, my budget increased. My budget increased. Am I not fitting? Does this not fit? Because it doesn't. I'm going back. Looking at it is honestly kind of nauseating. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, mama. Old mama. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to make you cry, but tonight I'm cleaning out my closet. Anyways. I'm so sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to make you cry, but tonight I'm cleaning out my closet. All right, I'm back. Yeah, this one fits a lot better. But yeah, less modern games, more retro games. Yep. I barely played any modern games last year. Less streams, but longer. Not really. Well, I'm gonna put equal because I have been doing longer streams, but I haven't been doing less streams. Lol, more highlights. Yeah, that's not, yeah. Keep it real. Oh, I've been absolutely keeping it real. I've been absolutely keeping it real. I've been saying my mind. I'm no longer scared. Like, sure, I'm still scared of, like, saying, like, oh yeah, that certain thing is bad, but again, it's more like, it's because I like having a channel and not, you know, getting blasted from oblivion. So overall, I am... I am 4 for 7. I'm 4 for 7 on last year's resolutions and goals. But I really wish I would have done more highlight videos. I really wish I... And I really need to put myself out there so I can get double partner. Like I said I would. Like I said I would, but... who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Okay, now for video games. Let's see how I did on the gaming front. Let's see how I did on the gaming front. Let's see how I did on the gaming front. Let's see how I did on the gaming front. Wait, can I align this? I'm gonna try to... There we go. It's not gonna be perfect. Yeah, it's not gonna be perfect. Yeah, it won't be perfect, but whatever. Yeah, I did not play. I dropped Ultima. The only one I played is Metroid Prime Trilogy. I didn't even get close to Mafia or Onimusha or Okami or Bungie, Halo, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Witcher. I did not play any of those games. I did not play any of those games. I only beat Metroid Prime Trilogy. I'm happy I did. And yeah, I'm actually also happy that I didn't actually play Metroid Prime 4. Because that was such a fucking disappointing game. I don't even want to give it the time of day. In fact, even mentioning it is just kind of blah. Even mentioning it is kind of gives me the ick. It kind of gives me the ick. Do you still intend to play those others? We'll get to that. But first, here are all the games that I played. Here are all of the games that I played this year. So yeah, SD Snatcher, fresh in my mind. Fun little action RPG kind of deal. Turn-based action RPG. I would actually say this is a thumbs up. I still prefer you guys play the actual original Snatcher because it doesn't have that stupid final boss at the end. So, but regardless, Snatcher normally would either be a banger or outright a top 6 game, but SD Snatcher, it's pretty good. It's different, but yeah, some of those encounters, that end game though, fucking sucks. So, yeah, it's a thumbs up. Amped 3. I felt kind of weird with Amped 3, mainly because I wasn't used to the whole snowboarder skater culture aesthetic, which was very indicative of early internet. It's very early internet. But overall, I'd say it's a pretty good game once you get to play it. Memories of a bygone age. Bad Company 2. Yeah, this is a banger. Many people say that this is the best. I'm actually gonna zoom it in a little so you can see. A lot. And by little, I mean a lot. But yeah, this game, Bad Company 2, just straight up a banger. It's straight up a banger, I'd say. This is a banger. Even though the single player isn't as good, the multiplayer is amazing. Bad Company 1 will always have the best campaign though. But Bad Company's 2 campaign, nothing to sneeze at, and also elevated by the multiplayer, and also the story ties in with the multiplayer, which is pretty good. Pretty good. I don't remember if I put this as a top 6 game. I actually don't remember when I put it as a top 6 game. I actually don't remember if I put this as a top 6 game. I think I did actually. Bad Company 1. Speaking of, Bad Company 1, yeah, just straight up top 6. It's top 6. Best campaign, and it's unfortunately locked behind console. And yeah, it is pretty much take a bunch of multiplayer maps and put a single player campaign on it. You can actually tell because it is single player. Bomberman 93. It's damn long. Honestly, though, I think it's kind of okay. It's just okay. There are better Bomberman games. There are better Bombermen. There are some better Bombermen. I'm sorry, Bomberman 93. Dracula's Curse. I actually just straight up didn't beat this game because it was really fucking hard. I mean, I got to Dracula's Castle, but that's about it. Actually, no, it's Clock Tower. No, I got to Death, but I couldn't beat Death. But I will maybe someday. But Castlevania 3 is simultaneously the best of the NES trilogy, but also the hardest. Condemned Criminal Origins. This is a banger. Absolute banger. Holy fuck, the encounters are super difficult though, but again, it's a Monolith game. It was made during... Was this made during Fear? It was made during or before Fear. So the map designer and the AI designer really had a lot of fun doing this. Same engine too. Yeah, exactly. Blue Stinger. This is a bang. I like this. I like Blue Stinger. It's a little poopy, but I like. I'd rather play this over any other Kusoge. But yeah, the fact that you can be a sumo Santa, it automatically makes it bump up. Otherwise, it's pretty mid, but sumo Santa, laser swords, ray guns, Gaily. And the fact that it's just Sonic Adventure, it's literally just Sonic Adventure Resident Evil. With a little bit of PSO in there. Deadly Premonition. Another game I really wish I could have beaten, but I couldn't because the Crash Man. I definitely will play it again in the future, but I will play it on console because the PC version is utter fucking garbage. Dirge of Cerberus. Oh, this is Kusel. It's bad. I'm not gonna lie. Dirge of Cerberus is kind of bad. What? Yeah, Dirge of Cerberus is pretty bad. Like it was confusing. Actually, no. It's mid. It's one of the best PS2 games. They're joking. You're getting trolled. My boy, you are probably getting trolled. Dirge of Cerberus at his best is mid, but again, this is after Advent Children. This is a post-Advent Children. This is a post-Advent Children game. It's just as nonsensical. This is just as nonsensical. The shooting is okay. It probably would have been a lot better if I played it on actual keyboard and mouse, which you can do that. But overall, it's mid. Duck Detective! Ghost of Glamping. Very cute game. I enjoyed this game. One of the few modern games I actually liked, that at least the ones I played on stream. Call of Duty 2. This is a good one. Call of Duty 2 is pretty good. It was before the World War II market got oversaturated. PC version? No, Xbox. Some of these games I did play on Xbox. Some of these games I should probably play, say, oh yeah, I played these on Xbox. Condemned I played on Xbox. Amped is only on Xbox. But yeah, on PC, Call of Duty 2 is a lot better. It would be in banger tier, but no. Xbox version is just pretty good. Gunman's Proof. Fun little game. It's kind of like Earthbound, but it's a shooter, but it's like Zelda. It's like Zelda, but it's like Earthbound, and it's very weird. And I don't think Toby Fox said himself, but this may have influenced Undertale in some way. And it definitely may have influenced Undertale Yellow. It definitely sounds like a Toby Fox banger.
Welcome to Space World. Let's go.
It's alright. Galactic Pinball is a pretty okay pinball game. It's alright. Nothing special. Marathon! OG Marathon. This is just straight up a banger, especially compared to whatever the fuck that was. You know, the one where, what was it called? What did they say? Plagiarism will make me a god or something like that. Yeah, plagiarism will make me a god. That's the tagline for the new marathon. Plagiarism and AI will make me a god. Okay, you're gonna hear some audio double over. Oh wait! Marathon is a top 6 game, actually. Oh wait, Marathon's a top 6. Marathon's a top 6. I really like Marathon. Speaking of top 6. Yeah, that's right. I had Marathon as my top 6. Metroid Prime, another top 6 game. Another top 6 game, Metroid Prime, if not. Yeah, it's number 2, actually. It's number 2, actually. Speaking of 2s, Resident Evil 2. I actually prefer 4 over 2. And another asterisk on the PlayStation version. It was not the PlayStation version. It was the PC version I played. PC version is very good. Ditto Quake 4 is pretty good. It's alright. Quake 4 is alright. I played the Xbox 360. I played the 360 version. It was fine. It was fine. It was alright. It was alright. Now I haven't actually played Rage. I played a little bit of Rage. It's mid. I didn't play a lot of Rage, but because of technical issues, it's mid. Rage is mid. I might come back to it though. In fact, I need to make another tier. Hold on. I need to make another tier. Shoot. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna put it below Kusel as like a little asterisk thing. So, yeah, I could. You know what? No. I'm gonna keep it in mid. No, I'm gonna keep it to that. RE4, yeah, this is just straight up the best game of that I played. Straight up best game. That is, Resident Evil 4 is just straight up the best game on this list. Hands down. It's really close between these two. It's really close. RE2 and RE4 are like easily top 10 games of all time. If you can only pick one Resident Evil game, it has to be 4. It was revolutionary. If we didn't have Resident Evil 4, we wouldn't have Dead Space or a whole bunch of other games, really. Red Alarm! One of the few good games on the Virtual Boy. And yeah, it's a thumbs up game. A thumbs up game. Now, Resident Evil Remake 1. Ooh. Yeah, this is going up like real high on the list. This is same with Resident Evil 2, actually. Resident Evil 1 Remake 1 is still one of the greatest remakes of all time. Still one of the greatest remakes of all time. That's not to say you shouldn't play the original, because you should. Because the original PS1 version has its charm. Just Resident Evil Remake 1, I'm calling it Remake 1, RE1 Make. RE1 Make just adds so much context and shows how evil Umbrella truly are. Atmosphere is great. The atmosphere is just fantastic. Atmosphere is fantastic. And again, but once again, I'm not saying that the original's bad. It's just that the remake is just so good. And now from a very good Resident Evil game to a mediocre one. Yeah, I did not very much like RE0. Forced partner. Yikes. I mean, sure, the puzzles were kind of neat, but overall, I just thought it wasn't as good as... It wasn't as good. Ridge Racer 6. Oh yeah, before I actually move on to Ridge Racer 6, this one also had the world will burn in an inferno of hate. There's literally like Final Fantasy shit in this game. Like, did Tetsuya Nomura co-write this game? It feels like it, doesn't it? Is this the one on the train? Yes. Yeah, the one where the first half of the game is on a train. Yeah, it's not very good. It's not good. It's alright, but it's not good, but there can be so much worse. Ridge Racer 6. Pretty good. Unfortunately, the Xbox version is not good, because Ridge Racer 7 is actually the better version. It's actually a better port. Ridge Racer 7 on the PS3 is actually a much better game than Ridge Racer 6. Even though Ridge Racer 6 is pretty good, Ridge Racer 7 is up here. This gets obsoleted literally a year later. Ultima 1, the very first Ultima, it kind of sucks. Yeah, the first Ultima is very boring, very grind heavy, and also does the funny thing where the world scales with you, so you have to hold off. You have to gear up a lot and stay a low level and have high level gear. Is it really old or just bad? Old. It's old. Ultima 3 Exodus would be so much better, though. It's early installment weirdness. It's a step up from Akalabeth, but that's not saying much. Ultima 2 is a little better, but again, not by much. But Ultima 3 is very good. In fact, Ultima 3 is like thumbs up tier. Ultima 4, though, Quest for the Avatar, it's a masterpiece. Ultima 4 is just straight up a masterpiece, though. Diablo, another example of it's old, so that means it's kind of shit. It's kind of old, so it's kind of bad. There's literally no reason to play Diablo 1 when Diablo 2 exists. Just play Diablo 2. Unless you're curious about Diablo 1. Battlefield 3 is another kind of mid game. Still kind of mid. Battlefield 3 is mid. It's the very epitome of mid. After Bad Company and Bad Company 2, it's just not, it just doesn't, the campaign just doesn't compare. Great multiplayer shit campaign. Yep, deal. Battlefield 4 will have the best campaign that you can still play. That's the key word, that you can still play. And I think it actually has just straight up the worst single player, the worst campaign, at least until 6. Cameo! I actually liked Cameo, despite its faults. I actually kind of like Cameo Elements of Power. Alright, the two Troids. I like Metroid Prime 2. I like Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Yep, even the Dark World stuff isn't that bad. The Dark World stuff isn't that bad. Maybe it's probably because I've been playing the Prime Trilogy. That may be the case, but yeah, I didn't really find Echoes to be that bad. Now, Corruption... Actually, I'm going to swap places. Echoes might actually be a banger. Corruption... It's a little too linear for my taste. I'd rather play Corruption over Beyond, though. Okay, now we're getting some real good shit. Need for Speed Most Wanted. The best Need for Speed game, if not the best racing game of all time. If not the best racing game of all time. Minus the piss filter. I like the piss filter, though. It's sign of a bygone age. Now everything has the bisexual lighting, and I don't like the bisexual lighting. I'd rather take the piss filter over bisexual lighting. New Super Mario Brothers, it's a masterpiece. It's not a masterpiece, but it's a good game. Unfortunately, it is the start of the Mario mandates. Well, it's on the cusp of the Mario mandates, which Udisanite. Unforgivable. Udisanite. Nubby's Number Factory. I like Nubby's Number Factory. Like I said, it's one of my favorite games of the last year. I love Nubby. Psycho Patrol R. Well, okay, I've got some explaining to do about Psycho Patrol R. In its current state, it is mid. But it will get better with age. It's like cheese. It will get better with age. Speaking of cheese. Code Veronica! Another mid game. It's actually kind of mid. Aside from the whole father and, cross-dressing freak, it's not that great. Overhyped. Which one? Psycho Patrol or Code Veronica? Because, yeah, Code Veronica. Yeah. I'm not saying that the whole cross-dressing... Oh, wait, no, I was saying that the cross-dressing freak line was a fucking banger. Because, yeah, you couldn't get away with that nowadays. And yeah, according to some rumors, Capcom is actually going to remake this game. And frankly, I'm kind of glad they're doing a remake, but I'm also upset that they're gonna most likely cut out the transphobic Claire. R.I.P. Rest in frickin' piss. They Hunger! PC Gamer's favorite mod of all time. It's alright. It's pretty good. For a very early mod, this is good. This is really good. Vampire Rain Alter Speed. This is bad. No, this is shit. It's actual shit. Vampire Rain was actually super bad. But that's not to say that I didn't have fun with it. I did have a lot of fun with Vampire Rain, but let's not beat around the bush. It is shit. It's kind of shit. Let's be real here. It's kind of shit. It has some really questionable design choices. And the fact a lot of the hit detection is borked. It's borked. The hit detection is borked. And not only the hit detection, but the general detection. There are so many times where I got caught and I just went, how the fuck did they saw me? How the fuck have they saw me? How the fuck did they saw me? How the fuck did they saw me? Fly Night! I liked Fly Night. Fly Night was fun. It was fun. Fun little game. but it feels a little too short and incomplete. It's a prologue. It's, you know what? No, I'm putting it in mid. It's a fun little game, but the problem is it's way too short. It's leading up to something a bit bigger, and honestly, I can't wait for that. I can't wait. Demon Ex Machina! It's alright, I guess. It's alright. I think Titanic Scion may be a little better, but I haven't played it yet. King Kong, one of the very few outstanding movie licensed games. I actually can't wait to play it in full. And there is a PC version, and the best version on the PC. Which version of King Kong? Xbox. Xbox. Maybe I should have like a separate Xbox category. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, same with Need for Speed Most Wanted. Need for Speed and King Kong both have PC ports. King Kong's PC port, though, is a bit spotty because there's two versions. One is the Gamer Edition, which is actually redistributed as abandonware. It is abandonware. You can get it yourself and play it, which is good. And that's very good because, yeah, otherwise it's lost media. And the other version has Star Force, which completely fucks up your computer, so don't get that version. Metroid Prime Hunters! It's alright. I only played it because, it has, I only played this because it's technically mainline now because of Silux. This is technically mainline because of Silux. Perfect Dark no, bad. No, Perfect Dark Zero was straight up terrible. I did not like Perfect Dark Zero when I played it. It's so floaty. There's no proper auto aim. This is post Halo, by the way. This is post Halo, but Rare's like, yeah, mate, we're not going to borrow the control scheme for Halo. From being a trendsetter to a trend chaser, you hate to see it. RE3 Nemesis. I liked it. I liked RE3 Nemesis. I really liked Nemesis. PC version, by the way. This is the PC version, by the way. The quick dodge, the selections, so much of it. Oh, the crafting system. Oh, yeah, maybe not the crafting system, but RE3 Nemesis is very, very good. It's very good. Speaking of Kusol, Resident Evil 5. Yeah, I'm actually just gonna say RE5 is pretty bad. It has its moments, but it does have its moments, but man, having the NPC. Actually, no, this is the caveat. This is a caveat. This is a caveat. If I actually played with a friend, it would have been a tier higher. It would have been a tier higher. It would have been all right. Yeah, solo, it's unplayable. Sheva, it's just Sheva, come on, simulator. So yeah, it's just straight up Kusol. But once again, it could get so much worse. You're gonna find that out next week. Spoilers. Tolero Boxer, one of the another stellar game for the Virtual Boy. Another stellar game for the Virtual Boy. Another stellar game for the Virtual Boy. It's not quite Punch-Out, but it's Punch-Out, basically. It's Punch-Out. It's not quite Punch-Out, but it's Punch-Out with robots. It's like Real Steel. Actually, it literally is Real Steel because you're playing as the kid using the motion controls. Hey, Nintendo, when are you going to do a Switch 2 version with Labo? That's what we were hoping for, by the way. Like, oh, what about Tolero Boxer 2? They should make a Tolero Boxer 2 or an homage, like a Nintendo Land. Yeah, Nintendo would never do that anymore. Innsmouth no Yakata might actually be the best Virtual Boy game. Well, second best, because we'll get to this. Yeah, Innsmouth no Yakata, dungeon crawling survival horror game, I think a couple years before Resident Evil, which is insane. Couple years before Resident Evil and several more years before Resident Evil Survivor. Really awesome. Mario Tennis. It's just tennis with Mario characters, so blah. Mario Clash, fun little Mario game. If you can stomach 99 levels of red and black Mario action, this is the game for you, which means it's a game for literally nobody. A game for literally nobody. Yeah, I may be a little harsh on the Virtual Boy, but yeah, it really had a lot of potential, but it got snuffed out because, again, regulations and bullshit. Costs and regulations. Nitro Express. The art style is stellar, top-notch. Gameplay is mid. 30 FPS action game is all I have to say about it. Then again, Greyfax is more of an artist and not a pixel artist and not a game developer. Or at least the engine really dampered with it. I'm gonna blame the engine. I'm blaming the engine. But yeah, the cute girls. Also, bit of an aside. Gonna do a little bit of an aside. Greyfax, the guy that did these games, and yes, his name is Greyfax. Their name is Greyfax. Their name is Greyfax. And they did this cute New Year's art. I love them. I love them both. Let's hope Nitro Express 2 actually runs at 60 FPS. I'm praying. I'm on my hands and knees. Begging. I'm on my knees. Praying. Please let there be a Nitro Express 2 and let it have 60 FPS. Pikmin. God, such a wonderful game. I love Pikmin. Can't wait to play Pikmin 2 and get disappointed with 3 and 4. Absolutely love Pikmin. Such a great series. Speaking of RTS, Warcraft, Orcs and Humans. No, it's mid. And this is another one it's bad because it's old and clunky and doesn't have all the niceties that 2 or even 3 have. And it's another example of why would you play Warcraft 1 when 3 exists? And I tried to play the DOSBox version, then I played the remaster, and it's like, wow, the remaster is actually a bit better, but not by much. Monkey Island! This is a banger. This is an absolute banger. Monkey Island, I absolutely love Monkey Island, even though it had a lot of obtuse puzzles. Ooh. Even though it had a lot of obtuse puzzles, I loved Monkey Island. It's so funny. I can't wait to play LeChuck's Revenge this year. There I go again. There I go. Saying next year. I mean, this year, without realizing, oh yeah, this is next year. Project Gotham Racing. This is an awesome game. I heard some of the other Project Gotham Racing games are better. And by that, I mean 4 is a bit better. But you can't go wrong with 3. You can't go wrong with 3. This has Geometry Wars and a demo for Retro Evolved, which is always nice. Tony Hawk's American Wasteland. This is alright. It's alright. It's Tony Hawk. Thaw's a banger. Yeah, but if you compare it with Underground and Underground 2, it's just not as good. It's still a great Tony Hawk. It's still a great Tony Hawk, but it's not as good of a Tony Hawk as Underground 1 or 2. So sorry, Tony. Okay, now for the actual best game on the Virtual Boy, Jack Bros. Jack Bros. It's technically America's first Megami Tensei game. That's right. Jack Bros was the first Megami Tensei game before... What was it? Last Bible? Before what? Last Bible? Where it was Revelations the Demon Slayer. Before it was Revelations the Demon Slayer. But you could call me Revelations the Demon Slayer. Fuck you! Yeah, it was the Revelations series back then. Then we got Revelations Dona. Over at this step, tearing me apart. But yeah, Jack Bros, overhead, dungeon, maze game. You have to get home. It's Halloween and you gotta get the Jack Bros back to the demon world. You gotta get back to the Expanse before the night ends. You gotta shoot slimes and pixies and fairies and whatnot. Fun little game. And it's straight up the best Virtual Boy game. Straight up the best Virtual Boy game. Next to Innsmouth no Yakata. And finally, my last pick for last year, Cave Story. The grandfather of indie games. Cave Story, the grandfather of indie games. Without Cave Story, I don't think indie games would have blown up as much as it did. For better or for worse. But yeah. And yeah, I know the whole like, oh, there's so many requirements to get the good ending. But that's what makes it special. That's why I like Cave Story so much. And again, if you're a bad enough dude to go through all of that and go through the entirety of hell, you are a baller. A bigger baller than Ballos. And yeah, that's my list of that is my list of all the games I've streamed in 2025. There are a lot of games that I like that a lot of you probably would consider to be bad. But yeah, overall, there's only like 3 games I consider kusoge. Like, I truly consider kusoge. Like, even Dirge of Cerberus, like, the gunplay was fine. I didn't have a problem with the gunplay in Dirge of Cerberus. I didn't have... But yeah, it is mid. I know a lot of people would probably crucify me for putting Bomberman 93 as a mid game. Or Ultima as mid, but again, that's because it's just very, very old and crap. Yeah, I think a lot of people had concessions about a lot of these games. Diablo, a lot of people would put it in mid. Yeah, that's my rationale. Is because, like, why would you ever play Diablo 1 when Diablo 2 exists? We already know that the main character in Diablo 1 turns into Diablo himself, and then you have to beat him. It has more horror compared to 2. Yeah, it's actually a lot more terrifying and bleak. Like, the atmosphere in Diablo 1 is okay, it's great, but overall, yeah, Diablo 2 is just a better playing game. And then the series would just get a lot worse per installment. Like, Diablo 3 was pretty bad until several seasons later. And then it just became okay. Diablo 4 is outright shit. And the less said about Immortal, the better. I guess you could say the same with Warcraft. Actually, no, Warcraft is a series that just gets better with age. That actually does get better. Warcraft 2, especially, Tides of Chaos is a lot better. Warcraft 3 is a fucking RTS masterpiece. And then, yeah, World of Warcraft. And then the whole thing peaked with Wrath of the Lich King and then sputtered out afterwards. And once again, Ultima 1, first few Ultimas, 1 and 2 especially, are just too grindy for their own good. Ultima 3 would be a lot better, but Ultima 4, mwah, masterpiece. Ultima 4 is just straight up a PC gaming masterpiece. And yeah, I'm sorry for all of the fans of Dirge of Cerberus for me putting it here. It actually is mid. It actually is mid. It actually is mid. All right, and before I close everything off and write this whole place off, let's talk plans for the future for this year. Future plans. What are my plans for this year? Here are my hopes and dreams of 2026. What could they be, Captain? Well, for starters, I want a new outfit. I just want a new outfit. I love Ichimaru Ichimaru Mama did such a great job with this design. I want another one. I just want another one. Double partner, for reals this time. Twitch and YouTube. Come on, let's go. Let's do this. Gotta share me around town. What does double partner mean? That means I get partner on Twitch and YouTube. Partner on Twitch and partner on YouTube. So on YouTube, I am, let me check. Yeah, Twitch and YouTube. Also, thank you for 800 followers. Thank you. Thank you for that. I have 632 subscribers on YouTube and 250 subscribers on the Slop channel. Awesome. So yeah, get me to that. We gotta beat Mari Mari. Mari Mari already has her silver play button. We gotta beat her. We gotta catch up to her. Then after we hit that, once I get that silver play button, let's go after Saba and her gold play button. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. We are the strongest. More highlight. Oh, I have to do more highlight videos. I really have to. I really need to hire another guy for this. I need to get more money. And of course, make more music. Yeah, I'm just gonna have some pretty down-to-earth things. I just need to stop being lazy and actually make some stuff. And actually, the most important one, live. Now you're probably wondering, what do you mean live? I've only been surviving last year, but it's about time I live. It's about time I started living. So yep, those are my 2026 goals, hopes, and dreams. A little less than last year. It's a little less than last year, but I think it's much more attainable. And finally, let's get on to the games. Finally, the games I want to stream. Finally, the games that I want to stream in 2026. The rest of Resident Evil. Gotta finish the rest of Resident Evil. 6, Biohazard, Village, and of course, no Revelations. Is it canon? Do I have to play Revelations? Is it considered canon? Is it considered canon? Is Revelations canon? Not mainly. Fuck. Well, shit, I really shouldn't have played Blue Stinger then. I shouldn't have played Blue Stinger and Snatcher. Maybe I'll just pray to God. I'll just pray to God that Revelations isn't. I'll just pray to God that there's no references of Revelations in Requiem. And I think it's kind of obvious why I'm calling it Biohazard and not 7. Wait. There's also Outbreak. Yeah, I know, but I don't have anyone to play with Outbreak with. Nobody wants to wake up this early. I know that absolutely ties in with Requiem. But unfortunately, yeah, nobody's gonna want to wake up super early just to play Requiem with me. But yeah, rest of Marathon, Durandal, Infinity, and Pathways. That's right. I'm going to be playing Pathways in a Darkness. No, I'm not going to play the shit-ass extraction shooter. Because, yeah. I gotta play all the classic Mega Man games before Dual Override. I definitely have an excuse to play that now. I definitely gotta play those. And Bass. And Mega Man and Bass. That's right, I'm gonna play Mega Man and Bass. I'm gonna absolutely get fucking reamed by Mega Man and Bass. I'm gonna get utterly destroyed by it. Quake series 2 through 4. So that, yep, 2, Quake 3 Arena, and then 4. I did play a little bit of 4, but I gotta play the rest. Oh my god, this is gonna be a huge undertaking. All of the Call of Duties up to Infinite Warfare, the last good one. Oh my god, I gotta stop doing this. There's actually 3 other series that I do want to play, but I might not want to promise on that because it'd take way too long. CODs aren't even too long. 4 hours! Yeah, I think each campaign is like 4 hours. Like 2's campaign, like all of them collectively take about like, what, 4 to 5 hours? Collectively, the 2 takes only in like 5 hours or so. You can finish them in one sitting. I think I almost beat the Russian campaign, or at least a good chunk of it. At least a good chunk of the Russian campaign. A Zelda game. Which Zelda game? I don't know. A Zelda game. I want to play a Zelda game. I want to play a Zelda game. Preferably one of the ones that everyone said, oh my god, it's a masterpiece. And before you say Ocarina of Time, I already done Ocarina of Time. So, it's on the VOD channel. So, Wind Waker. Now the question is, which version? Do you want me to sit through the entire Triforce hunt, or do you want me to not do that? That's the question. The billion-dollar question. Ace Combat, since there's a new one coming out, I think I would have to like actually buckle down and grind all the Ace Combats, because Wings of Thev, whatever. Wings of Thev literally comes out this year. Wings of Thev come out this year. It comes out this year, so I have to fucking buckle down and start playing. I gotta buckle down and start playing them. Like, immediately. A Final Fantasy. I gotta play a Final Fantasy. Which one? Again, I have no idea. I know a lot of you are doing the 6, 7. But that's really the big options, is like either play 6 or either play 7, because they're both masterpieces. Oh, so I'm the only one that does that? Okay. Oh, sorry. And finally, Dark Souls. A Dark Souls. At least Dark Souls 1. At least Dark Souls 1. I've been putting on off for way too long. I've been putting it off for way too long. 6, 7. I'm such a fat fucking chud. I'm such a fat fucking chud. Yeah, maybe I was gonna do Mass Effect, but I'm not gonna do Mass Effect. Dark Souls 1. I mean, I did play Demon Souls. I have played Demon Souls. So, I already know what I'm getting into. I already know what I'm getting into. And yes, I have played Ace Combat 1. You know what? No. You know what? I'm not replaying Ace Combat 1. I'm not replaying Air Combat because, frankly, I already played it. So, once again, VOD channel. Once I upload it as a classic. But yep, those are the games I want to play this year. I want to stream this year. I've got a long way ahead. And yeah, I know. I'm not going to be able to play Revelations. How long is Revelations? Probably going to be too long. I can... OG or remake? Of what? Of 2? Oh yeah, that's right. 2 has a remake. Yeah, I'm going to play Assault Horizon Legacy. Demon Souls? OG. I always play OG. I'm playing OG. I played OG Demon Souls because it's more soulful. Aha. Har har. But yeah, just a fair warning. Ace Combat 2, I'm going to be playing Assault Horizon Legacy Plus. Because it's the better version. It's the better version from what I've heard. Yep, those are my games. Then you can hold me accountable for if I don't play it. Because... yeah. I mean, if you look at my old list, yeah, you can already tell. Revelations is 8.5 hours. I think I can squeeze it. I can squeeze that in. I think I can squeeze that in. I think I can squeeze that in. Just like how Jill Valentine can squeeze into that tight wetsuit. Yeah, I think 2 overtime streams will do it. But yep, those are the games that I'm gonna play and that I want to stream. So yep, look forward to it. Look forward to all of that stuff. All right. With that said, it's time for me to say goodbye. I sincerely appreciate your patronage and I hope I've succeeded in giving you an enjoyable afternoon of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Goodbye, stay beautiful, love you all. I will see you all next week. Restarting Resident Evil, playing lots of Resident Evil, RE6, oh boy. If you're on YouTube, please leave a like and subscribe, it helps with the algorithm. And if you're on Twitch, stick around because I'm going to throw you at some peeps. Hello, peeps. Oh yeah, great. I gotta do this stuff. Discord. I already pinged the VOD channel. Slop channel. And wait, did I post Discord? Oh, Twitter. Yep, Twitter. Here you go. Twitter. Yeah, once again, I'm gonna throw you guys at Only Afro. I'm gonna throw you guys at Giant Dad, so Please enable raids. Please enable raids. Oh, thank God. All right. I'll see you all next week. I will see you guys next week. Bye-bye. But you could call me Revelations the Demon Slayer. Fuck you! You could...